Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Africa come to our school. We appreciate that they are introducing irrigation project, and so far we have learned for 6 months. We appreciate that, and now the project we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now. Learned for 6 months with the project. What motivated us is we have the first harvest from the community. The community of Asu that
with plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability.
They do not have enough feeds. So,
for years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza tumesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana, ama ungetuma wazee jioni ama wanawake jioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Unaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shida, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms. Kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy.
And now for this
Sharon,
time we have not
Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine.
Having in mind that we have
across these communities, lives are changing through innovation, resilience, and teamwork. These projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow.
Food that cannot grow in this area. The school administration, the board of management, the students, they are so much grateful that they are not scaling their ratio in the kitchen. They are feeding enough. The project is able to sustain the school, especially in the kitchen.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Nilikuwa nang'ang'ana sababu bao nilikuwa naekelea kwa form, ilikuwa rahisi kuanguka na kuumiza mtoto. Lakini sasa kwa klasi niko na ubao yenye iko stable, kusomesha, kuandika pia ni rahisi. Ilikuwa hivyo, watoto walikuwa wanaenda distance refu, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, watoto hawang'ang'ani. Mzazi tu anaamka asubuhi, ana prepare mtoto, anamwambia mtoto enda shule. Shule tukitoka mtoto anajirudisha yeye mwenyewe nyumbani. Kwa hivyo hakuna kung'ang'ana. Unajua niliangalia nikaona watoto wanasumbuka, na by then mimi nilikuwa na mtoto wangu mwenyewe. Kwa nashindwa mtoto wangu atakuwa anapelekwa na nani shuleni, ni mbali. Nikasema acha nifungue tu shule. Nilianzanga na watoto walikuwa 4. Kutoka hapo wakaenda watoto 12.
Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi. Na ilikuwa costly kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi. Na ilikuwa costly kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run push mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run push mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school. This is irrigation project in our school farm, and we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga kwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school, and introduced irrigation project in our school farm, and we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers, na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana, ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced irrigation project in our school farm, and we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers, na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana, ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya class kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa class tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga class smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga class smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the straw right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 6 kilometers na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana, ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 6 kilometers na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana, ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Core Africa come to a school and introduce irrigation project in our school farm, and we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run push mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Core Africa come to a school and introduce irrigation project in our school farm, and we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run push mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya class kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa class tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga class smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the straw right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga class smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the straw right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Cops Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi jengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Cops Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Core Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Core Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Kikawani Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa tunaenda Ogweri about 600 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa njiri sasa, Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa njiri sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda, lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the kickoff Africa came to our school and introduced this irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the straw right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa njiri, tulikuwa tunatoka hapa.
Let's see if we can hear. Good. I think you should be able to hear me all the way at the back, right? At the back, can you hear me? Wave at me if you can hear me. Perfect. First things first. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. After all you've seen outside, is that it? Let's do it one more time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing this morning? Good? Awesome. It's great to see you. My name is Lotan. I am so excited to be with you today. First things first, I would like you to please put your hands together for yourself for making it here this amazing morning. So please a round of applause for yourself. I feel like you didn't do yourself justice because it's a rainy morning. You could have chosen to be anywhere else. Please put your hands together for yourself for being here this amazing morning. Yes, much better. Much better. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I promise you this part of the morning short, very sweet, very engaging, but most importantly, it will be an opportunity for us to make change and be part of making our communities better. Now, before we get into anything else, I'd like us to please put our hands together as we welcome Caroline Murea, who is going to be leading us in a word of prayer this morning. Please let's put our hands together for Caroline. She's coming. Please put your hands together for her up until she gets up here. Yes. So she's going to be leading us in a word of prayer. And then after that, I'll tell you all the good stuff you want to know about this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So thank you so much and welcome today. As we all know, this is a very, very special day for us. And before we start, so let's commit this day to God in a word of prayer. Let's pray. Dear Lord, our Heavenly Father, we come before you. We thank you. We Lord, because of this wonderful day. Thank you because of this opportunity to gather today, Father, King of Kings, because of this noble cause of our project, Pitch Day, dear Lord, Father. We thank you because of every and each volunteer of us. We thank you because of every partner today. We thank you because of our donors, because of our philanthropists, because of our guests, our community members, dear Lord. We thank you because of every staff, everyone present, dear Lord. As we are about to start this day, dear Lord, may you be with us as we commit our day, our time, our hearts, our work, our pockets, as we fundraise, as we commit to everything, dear Lord. May you be with us. May we start with you, may we end with you. In Jesus' name, we pray and give thanks. Amen.
All right. Thank you very much, Carol. Now, ladies and gentlemen, over the next couple of hours, if I put it as hours, it sounds very long, but over the next couple of long minutes, we will be engaging together and finding out what Core Africa is doing in our counties, in our villages, in our communities. But before anything else is done or said, I'd like all our volunteers to kindly just be up on our feet. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to specially celebrate this group of individuals who sacrificed So just remain standing. Some of these individuals have sacrificed, I wouldn't say good rest, they've sacrificed good vibes, just chilling in the city. Some of them have used this as an opportunity not only to grow themselves, but to better their communities. And were you guys not impressed with what they're trying to do in their communities? No, what? Am I talking to the right people? Why are you guys not impressed about what they're trying to do in their communities, yeah? So please, one more time, a round of applause for these amazing volunteers. Beautiful. So volunteers, you may take your seats, and shortly they will be able to come up on stage and present. But most importantly, and Doc, allow me to do this, I want you to find out from your neighbor what your invitation for this meeting was about. So ask them, when they called you for this meeting, what did they tell you we're here to do? So just find out. What did they tell you you're coming here to do? I just want to put it out there now. I'm that guy that's going to put it out there. Yeah? What did they tell you you came here to do? Beautiful. So, from the room, let me find out. What is the general consensus? What did they tell you you're coming here to do? Anybody? This table, what mulikuja kufanya nini? Guest of honor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today will be an opportunity for you to be part of these projects. One, as an individual. Two, as your corporate, your company. Three, as your family or whatever institution you belong to. So, volunteers, I want us to put our hands together for all our guests that have come here to help you sponsor your projects this morning. Let's put our hands together for them, yeah? Now, ladies and gentlemen, that being said, it's very important that we set the ground rules as we officially get ready to start. Now, first things first, for your convenience, our bathrooms, our toilets are located outside this double door, or rather the double door. To the left, this direction, the ladies, to the right, the gents. So if you need to use that for your convenience, tafadhali as much as possible, if you can put your phone on silent so that we can be able to just be able to coordinate together. At the center of your tables, we have a very important number. So I want us to say it together, 411. So 411 4803. That is a pay bill we're going to be using today. So si lazima mtu akufurahishe ndio utoe. We are just going to be giving today. Because some of these projects They're almost done, 20% there, probably 80% done. We just need help to get it to that 100. Some of these projects are 30% complete, and we need you to come through and help us drive the 70% so that we can hit the home run. Sawa sawa. So, like we like to say at Core Africa, hakuna pesa kidogo. Everybody, if you chip in with your 500, if you chip in with your 100,000, if you chip in with your 1 million, your 50,000, all that is very welcome today. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome somebody very special to kickstart this amazing morning for us. Please, with a rousing ovation, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome our chairman of the board. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Anthony Okoth this morning. Ordinarily, he's usually in a three-piece suit. I'm happy he's all presidential today. Please, one more time for chair.
Well, great, thank you so much. Okay. Do I need to move this very close to my mouth so that it can be heard? Okay, thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's great to be here. It's an honor and a privilege to stand before you. I come with a very simple task. As the chair of the board, I think we are honored and truly appreciate the fact that we are here standing with a lot of partners, a lot of staff, and a lot of colleagues. And this morning, my task was to actually ensure that I have more or less an opportunity to invite each and every one of you into this space. As mentioned, my name is Anthony Okoth. I'm the chair of the board. I've had the privilege of serving for the last 3 years in this capacity, and I'm not here alone. The board, we have several different members who play a critical role. And this morning, again, we are truly honored to have our treasurer also here, who is here with us. So I'll actually ask her to just stand up and wave. That's Pauline, who is our treasurer for the board. We also have our secretary to the board and also the CEO or the executive director, who is Patricia. So I'll just ask her to stand and wave, who I'm sure you already know. I know you know her in a different capacity, but in the board she sits and serves as basically the secretary to the board and actually co-serves with the secretary just to ensure that the management and the board are aligned going forward. Just to mention, I think for us as the board, we are truly excited because as we look around, you are actually seeing the third cohort of individuals who have come into Core Africa. So it's exciting. Why am I saying it's exciting? Because this is the third year in a row that Core Africa, which is actually more or less a very young organization, has had significant impact in our country. Why am I saying significant impact? Because this is an organization which was actually created 3 years ago, but if you look at the impact that it is having to date, it way exceeds what several other organizations have been doing here in Kenya in terms of development and reach and impact. Maybe I'll just try and simplify it in terms of numbers. For the last 3 years, we've literally had 42 projects across the country. Can you imagine that? With those 42 projects, just to be a bit specific, we've actually impacted 9,361 individuals directly. No. I'm not convinced with that clap. Can you imagine we have actually short of 10,000 people impacted directly because of Core Africa? It's amazing. And for that, I also want to, as a board, to truly appreciate the management. So I'd like to just take an opportunity to ask the management, wherever you are, please stand. I'd like to recognize you in front of our partners and in front of the staff, because you have been doing a tremendous job. You've actually been able to be able, over the last 3 years, to actually push and bring us to where we are. And so I'd like us to stand up wherever we are as management, staff, not management first. Okay, that's a senior staff. Okay, let's give Patricia a round of applause. And I'm sure she does not work alone. So I'll actually put her on the spot here and ask her to introduce a bit of her staff members so that at least we can get to know the people behind the hard work that is actually going on here. So Patricia, please introduce a few of your staff members who are here with us today.
Thank you, Chair. To be very honest, this is not my job alone. I have an amazing, amazing team that has facilitated this. Starting, I'll go in no particular manner, but first I want to introduce the Deputy Country Director. He's called Thomas. Our training manager, Mwalimu Mkuu, we call him Principal. Michael. We have our volunteer liaisons. We have Samuel Matiro. Samuel Matiro is actually from the first cohort of volunteers. So he's actually a former volunteer. We have Emma Wanjiko, and she's our executive administrator. The newest kid on the block, that's Nelly. She only joined on Monday. She is our partnership and philanthropy officer. Right at the back, we have Emmanuel. He's the guy who keeps the numbers, monitoring and evaluation officer. Next to him, we have Caroline. She's a volunteer liaison. She covers the county of Nakuru and Baringo. Matiro here covers Bungoma and Kakamega and Busia. Then next to her is Evans. Evans joined us recently. He's covering the Mount Kenya area of Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, and Kitui, together with the lovely lady called Betty, who is a cohort from the second cohort. She's an alumni of the organization. That's Betty. Then we have communications team. I can see Maureen. Maureen was in the first cohort. She's also an alumni. And next to her is the alumni coordinator. He was also in cohort 1. And next to him is our monitoring, evaluation, and training assistant. She's also from the first cohort. She's called Gladys. And then there is Grace right at the back. Grace has joined us recently as our finance officer. And next to her is Willis, who is her assistant in accounts. I cannot see, where's the cameraman? Adrian is right at the window. He's taking a shot. So I don't need to describe what he does. And then we also have what we call the Global Support Office. So I'd like the Global Support Office team to please stand up. There is Nadia. She's our Director in Communications Africa. There is Chifondo, who is assisting her in that from a global office. We have 2 more alumni. So if you realize, we also give them opportunities because we are the first people who actually interact and, you know, harness that potential when the opportunities come. So there is Anne and there is Stella. They are from the second cohort and they're supporting because we have a big event coming up in June. We are bringing in all our volunteers and staff from the 10 countries that we operate in. We are meeting here for a mega conference, and you've never seen the energy of 500 young volunteers in one room. Make sure you plan to be there. Did I miss somebody? Oh, Purity. Oh, yes, there's Purity. She's in, she supports in accounts. And then there is Jennifer. Sorry, I'm meeting her for the first time also. She joined recently in support of the HR department. Is anybody else I'm missing? Oh, yes, our transport officer, that's him. He's called Enoch, the man who finally walked with God and was no more. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. That's the dynamic team, huh? Don't you think so? Let's give them all a round of applause. Huh? Again, as the board, we just want to say thank you for the work and the lovely effort that you've put together to ensure that we are constantly on the cutting edge. I say that because the solutions that we are having as Core Africa are homegrown. And they're actually solutions developed by this generation, as you see around the table. I think for me what's exciting, I'd love to see an opportunity where the first and the second cohort come in and share some of the successes, but that's not for today. We will look forward for an opportunity where we can bring you on board and help to just express the exciting things that have been happening time and time, year and year again. So that for us as a board, we are truly excited about this. Today we are honored that we'll have several different people coming into this space. We have people coming in from the counties. So again, truly appreciate your presence here, because we consider the government, both at the national and the sub-national level, as co-partners for us as we implement the different activities that we do. In addition to that, we have the private sector who are around here. I will not mention them by name, but I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to get to express and actually appreciate the different ones here. I know there are quite a number, but also just to specifically say that we are also having other civil society around the table. So I'll not go into detail. Today, I don't want to steal the limelight because we have a long program. But again, I just want to say thank you for coming. We look forward to you people removing resources. In fact, the reason I'm not in a suit is so that we can aggressively walk around to every table and make sure that every table is bringing their pledges. But again, if you see me there, don't feel threatened. I'm just there to ensure that we are fulfilling and ensuring that the volunteers get the resources that they need to ensure that they deliver. So I just want to hand over back to the MC and say thank you once again and truly appreciate, and karibuni sana.
Santa. Please a round of applause for Chair and all our board members. And please a round of applause again to the entire Core Africa staff and team. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Beautiful. Of course, you've heard about just a basic impact report, and definitely like what Chair said, we'll look for another platform so that we can definitely express ourselves in that particular aspect. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've taken off my jacket because I wanted to look as close as possible to Chair. But, Chair, and this is for the board members, and we want to start. We have already started. Now, one of our members of the board who was not able to be here, Sam Makome, Chair, allow me to say this, has already put his name forward and he's put his foot forward. Sam has already sent us 100,000 shillings to kickstart this amazing day. Yeah. And I mean, Chair, you can't have that shirt and not escort Sam. So my challenge is for the board. Grace, I'm going to need you a lot for the next couple of minutes, yeah? So how much, nataka tuzindikishe Sam. This is just for the board, not for the rest of us. Sisi hatuko kwa board, guys. Sinikweli. So this is just for the board. How much should the board members zindikisha Sam with? Each. Musiogope, mimi ndo nasema. How much? 20,000 each? Ooh, I like that. So every board member that is here, Grace, 20,000 each. So 414. Ni simu nataka itoke, Chair. Si ni kweli? Kusema na kufanya nini? So every board member, 20,000 each. Daktari, they mentioned you in the board. So you... She has no choice, Daktari. So Daktari, you're in the board as well, so make sure you do that as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know today we'll talk about our impact and who we are, but some things are better seen than heard. So I want you to take a look at our screen. I want to show you two amazing videos. One is about our volunteers, and the second one is about our communities. I want you guys to take a look at this. Thank you.
Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Co-op Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so far we have learned for 6 months with the project, and now we have the first harvest, which is in the store right now.
With plans to expand the system and improve pest control, the project is not just about farming, it's about food security, education, and sustainability. For years, Tanduri residents had to travel long distances just to mill their maize. But with a community-run pusher mill now in place, milling is easier, cheaper, and more accessible.
Kwanza, imesaidia community na sisi pia kama kikundi. Kwa ajili tulikuwa tunatoka hapa, tunaenda Ogweri, about 6 kilometers. Na ungetuma mtoto. Kwa ajili sasa Ogweri kuko na walevi wengi sana. Ama ungetuma wazee njioni ama wanawake njioni. Kwa hivyo ilipindi wazee waende wakasage na baiskeli ama ndubi, na ilikuwa costly. Kwa ajili sasa kutoka hapa kwenda Ogweri na kurudi ni 200. Kwa hivyo na umeenda kusaga gorogoro 2. Tunaona hapo sasa ilikuwa shinda. Lakini tangu hii mashini ikuje, imesaidia community.
In Kikawani and Manza villages, children faced long, tiring walks to school, sometimes up to 7 kilometers. But thanks to a new classroom built by the community, education is now more accessible than ever.
Kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga klasi smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom.
Across these communities, lives are changing. Through innovation, resilience, and teamwork, these projects are paving the way for a better tomorrow. Across different regions, communities are coming together to solve challenges, improve livelihoods, and build a better future. These are the stories of impact, resilience, and transformation. At Daiger Secondary School, farming has always been a struggle due to unreliable rainfall. But with the introduction of a drip irrigation system, food production is now possible, ensuring students have nutritious meals while also teaching them practical farming skills.
Last year, the Co-op Africa came to our school and introduced our irrigation project in our school farm. And we appreciate that they implemented the project, and so
kabla klasi ijengwe, nilikuwa nasomesha watoto kwa kanisa. Haikuwa rahisi, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, masomo imekuwa rahisi, hata imekuwa comfortable kwa watoto kusoma, sababu tuko kwa kanisa tulikuwa tunatumia forms, kwa klasi tuko na chairs, tuko na tables. It has been easy. Nilikuwa nang'ang'ana sababu bao nilikuwa naekelea kwa form, ilikuwa rahisi kuanguka na kuumiza mtoto. Lakini sasa kwa klasi niko na ubao yenye iko stable, kusomesha, kuandika pia ni rahisi. Ilikuwa hivyo, watoto walikuwa wanaenda distance refu, lakini baada ya klasi kujengwa, watoto hawang'ang'ani. Mzazi tu anaamka asubuhi, ana prepare mtoto, anamwambia mtoto enda shule. shule tukitoka mtoto anajirudisha yeye mwenyewe nyumbani. Kwa hivyo hakuna kung'ang'ana. Unajua, niliangalia nikaona watoto wanasumbuka, na by then mimi nilikuwa na mtoto wangu mwenyewe. Nilikuwa nashindwa mtoto wangu atakuwa anapelekwa na nani shuleni, ni mbali. Nikasema acha nifungue tu shule. Nilianzanga na watoto walikuwa 4. Kutoka hapo wakaenda watoto 12. Lakini vile klasi ilijengwa nilianzanga na watoto 32. Lakini sasa niko na 26 sababu wali graduate 7 wakaenda grade 1. Kuna mtoto kwanza ndiye mwenye sasa amefanya hata klasi ikakuwa na sifa nzuri. Huyo mtoto alikuja hapa na alikuwa ameng'ang'ana, mzazi wake alikuwa amepeleka shule for 3 years. Lakini hakuna chenye alikuwa anashikanisha. Lakini vile alikuja hapa, huyo mtoto alipass na sasa yako grade 2. Kwa hivyo hata mzazi wake akiona tu anasema thank you. Classroom ijengwe. Watu walikuwa wanaongelea mambo na mbuzi, mambo na kuku, lakini wakakataa. Wakasema hapa kuna mwalimu alianzisha class, anasomesha watoto, lakini environment yake si poa. Na by then nilikuwa nataka kujenga classroom ya mabati. Ila sasa walikuja wakasema, acha tujenge nini? Class. Sasa hapo mimi naona iko sawa. Alafu na appreciate sababu aliona ni vyema kujenga classroom badala ya hizo vitu zingine ndio watoto waweze kusaidika. Sharon kupitia Corps Africa alifanya smart, wakajenga class smart na ni kubwa, ni spacious. Kwa hivyo watoto hawang'ang'ani, wanakaa wako na space, kila mtoto ako comfortable. Kwa hivyo wanashukuru, alafu pia wanaomba tu kama mnaweza ingililia na kuleta tu mambo mengine despite the classroom. Sasa naweza ambia community, sababu najua community wanafaidika, lakini ni kama walikuwa wanafikiria kunaweza kuwa na pesa inatoka iwasaidie. Lakini mimi naweza waambia wa appreciate, watosheke na watoto sababu anasomea kwa class nzuri, alafu akiambiwa wa support waingilie.
Welcome. Atakuja baadaye kutusalimia, but I want us to recognize the presence of the governor of Taita Taveta County, His Excellency Dr. Andrew Mwadime, who's with us this amazing morning. Asante sana, Governor. Just to give you a synopsis of your responsibility on that table, the 2 people next to you, wewe ndio treasurer wao. Wako na pledge wajalipa au wawili. The 2 board members either side of you. But Governor, looking forward to hearing from you. But right about now, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome the lady that has been helping us steer this amazing ship. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome the country director, Core Africa Kenya. Please let us celebrate and welcome Dr. Patricia Kingori to give us a few words this amazing morning. Please a round of applause for Daktari.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, they say I give a few words, but if there's anywhere I have a challenge is when it comes to Co-Africa, my words are never few because it's something that is so beautiful and lovely. Thank you so much that I can say most of you have interacted with the projects out there. And I think now when I'm able to present to you about Co-Africa and the model, you'll understand where we are coming from and how it has led to what you've seen outside there being displayed. So Co-Africa is an international NGO. It was started by Liz Fanning, and we currently are in 10 different countries. That includes Kenya, and you can see them from there. I don't know whether you can read really from the back, but basically our model is very simple. We do not work in cities, we work in rural communities, under-resourced rural communities. We utilize our youth, our strength. So we take all these young graduates, all these volunteers are graduates, by the way, and we take them through training. And then we place them in under-resourced communities where they serve as volunteers for a year. In the process of serving, we are able to empower the communities so that they are able to have a mindset change. We believe in hand up, not in a handout. And in the process of serving, these volunteers undergo a transformation of life. There's so many skills they learn that are soft skills they'll never learn in any university. So basically that's what we do. And because our projects are community-led, they're community-owned, they're community-driven, we found that sustainability of these projects is absolutely amazing. And I'll show you a few slides to just show you some of the projects that we have actually done and their impact. And to show their commitment, every community that you've seen represented here, and we do have, let me first ask the community counterparts that have joined us today to just stand up and wave. Mahali mko, wanakijiji, mko wapi? They have come to represent their communities so that when you're asking questions for clarity, they can tell you where the shoe actually hurts. So they actually give 25% of every project cost. That is how committed they are to the projects that they propose. So, did I skip something? No. We have 4 pillars as an organization. Our first pillar is, of course, community-led development, just what I've told you. Our projects do not come from us. We do not decide this is what the community wants. The community owns it. The second thing is mutual learning. Every year, we are learning. Every cohort, we are learning. With every community, we are learning. And the third thing is transparency. We believe in transparency. You are all here in Kenya. If you want to come and see these projects, please tell us. There's nothing hidden. They're there. They're in our country, so that we show you that we are transparent with what you give us, what you contribute towards these projects. And finally, we are Pan-African. I can actually confidently say that we are one of the leading organizations that deal with youth in a Pan-African perspective, because we also have exchange volunteers. So there are volunteers from Kenya who have gone to 6 different countries, and right here we have 3 exchange volunteers. If they could just stand wherever you are. That is Muzamir from Uganda, Emmanuel here from Rwanda, and Giselle from Rwanda. So they have come. They served 1 year in their country, and they came to serve 1 year in our country. What an honor and a privilege that a foreigner can come to serve our own communities here in the nation. So our model is very simple, even though maybe the circles may look a little bit complicated. Basically, we take, as I said, we take the youth and we train them. We invest very heavily in training and equipping them with various skills. We use human-centered design, which really is a methodology that understands the human needs and is a problem-solving model that we use in the community. We use community-led development. I will not repeat that, but it actually leads to the local ownership of all our projects. And finally, it has to be asset-based community development. In other words, even if we go to an under-resourced community, they have assets. It could be the river. It could be the chief's office. It could be the mwalimu. It could be their shambas where they grow. All these are assets. But once you understand their assets, you see, asset is not just money. So we help them to understand that they can leverage on these assets to make a difference, to solve their problems. And finally, we get the community-led impact. And this all comes back again, as I said, to the transformation of the volunteer. Empathy, real-world experience, and cultural exchange. There is no volunteer here who goes back to their home. They do not serve in their own community, in their own villages. You will get, there's a gentleman here from Turukana, and he is serving in Meru. You can imagine that is a very big difference in terms of culture. So we also help to address this annoying vice called tribalism, which I don't want to say very loudly, but which eats us. Because it's once you understand that we are all Kenyans, by serving and understanding some of these communities you've had prejudices with, and you don't even know why you have a prejudice, but somehow you grew up with that prejudice, and you get to understand and appreciate people and as they are. So this is Co-Africa Kenya. We are a pretty young office. We opened up November of 2022, so we are technically about 2.5 years. In 2.5 years, we had our first cohort of 14 volunteers. They served in 5 counties. And then in our second cohort, we had 28 volunteers. They served in 6 counties. And right now, the current cohort volunteers, this is the third cohort, you saw them, they are in 9 different counties. Our chairman talked about our impact. So from the 44, so remember when I say projects, I'm not counting the 42 that are here. Hizi hatujaanza, hizi ndio tunaenda kufanya. Zile tumefanya earlier with cohort 1 and 2 are only 44 projects. And as our chairman said, we have the 9,000, just shy of 10,000 direct impact. But you know our average family, we are how many? About 5 in an average family, sometimes more, sometimes less. But if you multiply the direct factor by 5, we've impacted 46,805 in less than 2 years with only 42 graduates. Can you imagine the exponential impact if we could take more volunteers? Because technically, one volunteer impacts about 1,000 people by the time they're through with the service, and they in turn get impacted. If we did this, it would be one way of addressing our constant problem of what do we do as the youth come out, as the graduates come out, the unemployment. We need to occupy our youth with something that is actually constructive, because these are all communities that have been impacted one way or other. So I'll just highlight, because there are some of you here who've been partners with us from the past. There are some of you who are here last year when we were fundraising and you gave. So I'll give you a few examples of what has actually actualized with this last cohort, that's our G2. This project was done in Tharaka Nithi. You see the little kids there? I don't know how many of you can lift 20 liters. I personally cannot. I will just tell you very frankly, I cannot. But every morning, they go to the river. They would go to the river. They don't now. They would go to the river, pick up water, about a distance of about 2.5 or to 3 kilometers, and take it to school. Because usipoenda na maji, hamkuli, na darasa lazima ioshwe, na choo lazima zioshwe. You know what the requirement. And further to this, what the community told us, there were incidents of rape, there were incidents of early sex happening, because you know, you are munapitia kwa vichakani, drug use, and when it rains, you'd even have sometimes the crocodiles coming down, and the risk of drowning was very high. We did this project in partnership with Davis and Shatliff, and I'd like to recognize, Nur, just stand and wave. They have really supported us in many projects. And they gave in kind with the equipment and the technology. So we actually got a solar pump, and we got 2 water tanks. One goes to the secondary school, one to the primary school. And that project was done. And then on top of that, we partnered with Penn State University in the US, with Koshan, because remember, the water is just coming straight from the river. They brought in a filtration system. They installed this. This is isn't it? You know that the toilet is the equalizer of all of us. and it actually would cause schoolgirls to drop out of school or absenteeism, because when it is that time, there is no dignity here. Hii ni mabati, mlango imeanguka. Danger of people cutting themselves and the long queues. So this project was done in a school in Moranga, and you can see the end result. We built them an 8-door, so the front you can see 4, and at the back there are 4 other doors in that school. This was a class in Meru. The community was really in a stressful position because this is the only secondary school, kwa hiyo vijiji, and they were in the it is called grade 8. I have to remember it's not standard anymore. So grade 8 were completing, and they did not have any grade 9. So what they did is, in between the 2 blocks, we did a class for grade 9 that fits 40 students. And you can see it's the community doing the work. Our wote ni wanakijiji. There's only one fundi, the mason, to be able to make sure that everything, but the rest is community work. They will pick at those stones until we got a class right there. And fortunately, it was done in good times, because that's the class that's there this year. This one really touches my heart. This is in Laikipia. And believe it or not, that was the ECD class under a tree, seated on stones. That is where those children would meet. You tell me whether you'd let your child, think about it, your child. I believe majority of us here, okay, except our volunteers, you are parents. But even if you're not a parent, you have a sister, a cousin, a niece underneath there. So it means if it rains like today, is there a class? If it's very hot, is there a class? Can you imagine the discomfort? And you all know that the first 3 years are the formative years of any child. From 2 years to 5 years. It's what is very critical. So we actually built, with the help of the community, the classroom there that holds 40 students. And it is centrally located, because the nearest school where they could actually take their children was about 10 kilometers away. So there is no way on this planet the child would have to reach 7-8 years ndio anaingia ECD. And then you wonder why the education, they refuse school. It's because by the time you are in standard 8, uko na ndevu, unashindwa sasa unafanya nini hapa kwa class. Ndevu ishamea because you started when you are too old. And so they refuse education. So some of these things, it is a simple solution of a classroom, and you find the community literacy level, after a while, has gone up. And with literacy, there is transformation. Thank you. Sasa muone darasa zetu. Mnajua mnaendaga Riara na mahali ingine kama hapo. These are the class conditions in many of our communities. Tell me how much a child will concentrate in such a class. So this class was in Meru County. We did a renovation. We plastered it, put the proper class doors, windows, doors, and all that stuff to bring a good, conducive environment. Now, those are projects. We are here, we are talking about projects. But what I want to explain to you is that our volunteers do more than projects. In their 1 year of service, they actually do a lot of what we call activities that have a socio-economic impact at the household level. When we talk about poverty, poverty is defined as what? Less than $2.25 a day is the poverty index. If you add a person at that level $1, just $1, the impact is exponential. So the activities they do are very, very impactful at a household level. at a socio-economic level, impact. So our 80 volunteers, so this includes up to our data up to February, so it includes what our current cohort has done. That's why I've said 80 volunteers. And the direct beneficiaries that they've touched are 14,843, one by one. Yani, mtu ana register vile umeandika ukikuja, one by one. If you train me as a mother, I've come to the group, you've trained me how to make soap, okay? Every household in this room, munatumia sabuni. Lazima kuwe kuna sabuni. You train me how to make soap. It actually takes about 300, 400 shillings to make 10 liters of soap. Is that correct? How much do you buy 5 liters of soap? Ukienda Carrefour, I'm sure Jacqueline, you can tell me. Ni kama ngiri ngapi? Almost 3,000. If you go right now to buy 5 liters, it's about 3,000. But you make 10 liters with 300 shillings. Hata kama ni expensive kidogo ndani juu ya transport inafika 400 shillings. Can you see the impact? Already that woman will use hers and will start putting them na ile kachupa ka 100 ml na kuuza 100. Will make 1,000 shillings. Briquettes. You just need cow dung and the dust, ile inabaki mkichoma makaa, unaongeza maji, and you have briquettes that are less, they take long to burn. It's not like the normal charcoal, and that waste of the dust was going to be wasted, and there is less smoke. You can actually cook githeri, I believe, with 3 or 4 briquettes in the village. Githeri meiva. Exponentially think, how many trees have we saved from being cut down? You know, you've got to see not just that, but the net trickle effect down the line. That is liquid soap making on your left, and kitchen gardens on the right. There is a lady in Machakos we met. She's a senior lady, like a grandmother level. We trained her how to do a kitchen garden, about the size of your table. That is the normal size of a kitchen garden. And she sells her vegetables on wholesale. And she makes her money. Watu wanakujanga kwake wananunua, and she's able to take her grandchild to school. That is the impact of a vegetable garden. And you address malnutrition in the process. Especially huku kwenye watu wamejenga kahawa, wamepanda kahawa majani. You know, they go pick leaves the whole day. I'm talking because I'm counting from that county of the Rakanidhi. The whole day somebody is plucking majani. Then, with a little money they are paid, and you know how they are paid. They go and buy vegetables at the kiosk. They don't have a simple vegetable garden. Na zipopata kibarua, malnutrition imeingia kwa nyumba. Literacy. This is our volunteer, he's in West Pokot. Most of the community members hawataki maneno mingi, wajue kuhesabu na kuandika jina yao. Very basic. How to count and how to write their names and sign for a document. That is what our volunteers are doing on the ground. On the other side, that is a volunteer training on how to bake. Maybe it's a bit whatever. Let me tell you, you know, churches in the village, they really take long, eh? Service ikianza church in the village, it will go up to lunchtime. You just need to have made your cakes or your mandazis and wait outside when people come out, and you have your business. How are we going to occupy our Form 4 youth dropouts in the village? Teach them how to make this naitangwa KDF. Eh? And then, one at a time, watu wakitoka, he makes money, he goes buys more unga. What does he need as a start off? Karae, mafuta, na kuni, na unga, and a bit of sukari. And he makes it. And then he times market days. Market day, you know, it's maybe Wednesday na Saturday. Anatengeneza, anatoka, itanunuliwa. You see, we've got to think practically. These people cannot fit in our offices, but they have got to be occupied. If not, they will nyonga you. You will go driving your car there, and you'll find your tires have gone, because a man has to eat. Computer literacy. It's amazing. Remember all the nice, they're called laptops, that were given by our former president in education. In the village, zimelala. They actually have dust. And even the teachers do not know how to use them. These volunteers you are seeing here are actually untrained teachers. In those, okay, some of them have done degree, walimu, let me not say, and they're all untrained teachers. But they spend a lot of time teaching. They train plus the teachers, plus the students. In a lot of these schools, they have a day. They are given like, unajua mwalimu anaingia Friday. Mwengine anafundisha mathematics. And they help improve the level of education at the ground level. Unaona hapo? Can you see that classroom first? I want you to appreciate where mathematics is being taught. I want you to appreciate that they're on the floor, on the dust, without shoes. Na kila mtu ameshika kalamu yake. That is what these fine young men and women are doing. I think they deserve another appreciation. So, why did we call you here today? Ultimately, we want to build partnerships. We cannot do this thing on our own. We need you as NGOs, we need you as corporates with your CSR, we need you as individuals with your technical expertise. We need to partner with you. We called you here so that we show you the impact, that when you give, it's making a difference in somebody's life out there. Transparency and accountability with the funds that we receive. We called you here because we need to raise funds for the projects that you have seen out there, so that these communities can be impacted. And finally, because we want to build African philanthropy. You see what USAID happened. Si tumewachwa kwa mata. How long will we depend on others? You know, even these funds that come, it is not from the multi-millionaires, even though they are multi-millionaires who give. It is the you and I who decide every month I'll give 2,000 shillings. I'll be giving 5,000 shillings. And it is actually, when you put it all in a pot, it actually makes a difference. We need to start helping. Kwani huyu mzungu anakuja kutusaidia, sorry. Ni watu wetu. Kwani who is in the village? Isn't it our grandmothers, our cousins, our aunties? And they're the same people who call you mtoto amefukuzwa school fees. You know, there is no dignity in begging. Let us give our people dignity by giving them a hand up and teaching them how to fish, because you can't afford to give them a fish every day. This young girl is our alumni. She's in comms. She greeted you there, and this was her quote, which I thought I'd put up. Young Africans have a huge responsibility in shaping our continent. Nyinyi ndio mtajenga continent yetu. It is you young people, and with the support of the rest of us. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Daktari. I think that was phenomenal. Thank you so much for taking us through the vision and why we are specially here today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to get into the core reason why we're here. We will be listening to some of the projects from some of our esteemed volunteers. But before we get there, I'd like to recognize three distinct individuals. So let me start with the first four. So I have four distinct individuals that will be helping us in providing a little bit of a critique to some of our projects and some of our volunteers. I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Claire, who's with us. Dr. where are you? Please just wave at us. Dr. Claire is here. Please a round of applause for Dr. Professor Mugendi as well is with us. Professor, where are you? Professor Mugendi. Just yes, please. Professor is here. Dr. Samuel Mwaniki, I believe. Dr. where are you? Thank you very much. These are our judges. And finally, Mr. Cyprian from Child Fund Kenya as well. Mr. Cyprian, just wave us so that we can, please, a round of applause for him. So they will be more or less our judges. So they'll be looking through our projects and, of course, a little bit later giving us a discourse and just telling us what they think of our projects so far. Right now, though, before I welcome back our chair, I want to recognize 3 amazing individuals who so far have yielded to the call. Wamesema na wametenda. I like to say a very big asante sana, and please just come up and join me up on stage so that we can celebrate you, especially Sarah Mwangi, Phyllis Lusangalu, I think I said it right, and Luke Alexander. Please come on up. Let me celebrate these amazing 3 individuals. Please come on up. I have something specially for you. Now, these 3 have already wameshatingiza M-Pesa. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. So Luke, I believe, thank you very much. We'll give you something special. We have something special for you. Sarah, are you in the building? I think the other 2, Sarah Mwangi and Phyllis, are you with us? Okay. So we'll just, probably they have already left, but we'll just give something to Luke. I can't, the other 2 are not around. Please, but let's put our hands together for Luke. Thank you very much. We have something specially just for you for saying asante sana. And thank you very much. Well done. So yeah, so now we're just about to get ready to officially start. But before we get there, our board chair, PIA amesema aachu nyumba. Thank you very much, Chair. Asante sana, Mr. Anthony Okoth. He has given us 100,000 shillings this amazing morning. Yeah. So it is now to the other board members. Pressure is increasing. Maybe we should just cap it at 100,000, right? It looks like this board is a very good board, yeah? Thank you very much, board. And with that, I'd like to welcome our 100K man, Mr. Anthony Okoth, to come and officially welcome our chief guest, and we'll be able to proceed on from there. Please, a round of applause for Chair Tafadhali.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Truly an honor. It's exciting year after year, coming and seeing the amazing impact of what's happening. And for us as a board, we're truly humbled as we partner with all the other people around the table. I just wanted to ensure that first and foremost, I don't get it wrong. And so as we welcome our chief guests, I thought just before I actually welcome him officially, I'd like to put Patricia again on the spot. Dr. Patricia, I'd like to put you on the spot again to please come and actually read the profile of His Excellency. Your Excellency, you're truly, we are truly honored to have you here. And we thought that for the people around this room, it's very important for you to know who is actually our chief guest. And I thought I'll be doing a disservice just welcoming him. And so I thought I'd like to first ask Dr. Patricia to come up and read the profile. As His Excellency comes up, he'll actually also introduce his colleagues who are here today, because he does not walk alone. And you know what that means? When you don't walk alone, you come with people carrying heavy bags. And so we're anticipating that that will be the case. But I'd let Dr. Patricia to please let us read the profile of His Excellency, and then we can officially invite him, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Chairman. It's a lot. It is a lot. So I will try to summarize as much as possible. His Excellency, Dr. Andrew Mwadime, joined active politics in 2013, where he vied as a member of parliament for Mwatate constituency, and he served for the first term, now karudi tena, second term. And during this time, he served in various committees. In 2022, he ran as independent candidate as a governor, and he won by a very significant margin. And as a current governor of Taita Taveta County, he sits on multiple Council of Governor committees and is the vice chairman of the Water, Forestry, and Natural Resource Management Committee, a member of the Trade, Industry, Manufacturing, and Enterprise Development, Environment and Climate Change, Blue Economy, the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, and Disaster Risk Management Committees. Mwadime's leadership is deeply rooted in community empowerment. So, Daktari Mheshimiwa, you are in the right place. His philosophy, uongozi ni kuongozana. Leadership is leading one another, emphasizes participatory governance. This ideology is anchored in the belief that ordinary people possess the power to drive political and social change. He has prioritized educational development by improving school infrastructure, introducing story buildings to optimize land use, and equipping schools with furniture, laboratories, and water facilities. He has also initiated bursary programs targeting at least 100 students per sub-location per budget cycle, including supporting the students studying abroad. Under his visionary leadership, the county has pursued innovative projects and partnerships. These include establishing a rice mill in Taveta, receiving a banana processing plant, forging international collaborations with Donyin City and Odessa cities in China and Ukraine, respectively, that are promoting tourism, waste management, and institutional change. He has also championed the conservation of wildlife through a partnership with the International Fund for Animal Welfare, addressing human-wildlife conflict and promoting coexistence. Culturally, His Excellency Dr. Mwadime is working with UNESCO to have the Mwanzidika drumming and dance recognized as an intangible cultural heritage that would place it alongside Kenya's famed Isukuti dance. Economically, he has launched a county empowerment program to support community groups, youth, and women through financial assistance with a strong focus on community-driven development. His administration has advanced healthcare by constructing a cancer treatment and care center at Moi County Referral Hospital, which is 90% complete. And additionally, his effort in agriculture include distributing 10,000 banana tissue culture seedlings to farmers and 3,000 gala goats to vulnerable families, promoting livelihood diversification and economic resilience. Governor Mwadime describes himself wakujaa, yani amejaa amani, upendo na maendeleo. This means, for those who don't understand Swahili, a person who is passionate about and full of peace, love, and development. He further pronounces himself as a born marketer, a man of the people, or simply mtu wa watu. Sasa tumkaribishe basi.
Let's give him a standing ovation as we come together. Ladies and gentlemen, karibu sana, Your Excellency. We are truly honored, we are truly privileged, and we... Karibu sana, Your Excellency. I think this is much clearer, Your Excellency.
Let's get sit down. Let's get seated. Good morning, all. You know, at the beginning when I just entered, I was wondering what I gonna talk to you. because I didn't know anything about COP Africa. But after listening to my in-law here, Dr. Patricia, you actually opened up everything for myself. But before I go ahead, let me call some of my colleagues who we came up with from the county. You can come over so that you can introduce yourselves and the audience can be able to know who you are. Otherwise, just for the few speakers who have just spoken over here, you have really made it to know about COP Africa, and I've seen COP Africa. Actually, they're talking about me. So, karibu sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good morning, all. I am Shedrack Mutungi, County Executive Committee member, ama kwa Kiswahili waziri wa county in the Department of Youth Affairs, Sports, Gender and Social Services. From my department, I did not come alone. I would wish my colleagues who are here to stand. Wale wako ndani, mnaweza simama. I have our director is called Brian Lewela, and the social development officer Wilfred Shogosho is there. Thank you. You can get seated. Actually, I'm very happy because I have been in contact with Thomas and Emma, people I have never met in my life. I knew COP Africa through our colleague Wilfred Shogosho, and then from there I started getting in touch with Thomas. I went to the website, I read about it, and I realized this is an organization which supports youth across Africa. I got interested, and because of what our governor will talk about, with little resources, I started pushing and pushing and pushing. And today, I am happy we are here together with our governor, His Excellency Andrew Mwadime Wakuja. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. His Excellency the Governor of Taita Taveta County, Dr. Andrew Mwadime Wakuja. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Gloria Monikombo, the County Executive Committee member, Department of Education, Libraries, and Vocational Training Centers. I'm actually overjoyed to be part of this gathering today. COPS Africa, I learned about you through Waziri Mtungi, and I went to the OPS website and tried to see what you people are doing, and I want to commend you for the good job that you are doing. And this morning, I actually met one of our own, a lady from Taita Taveta, who is now stationed in Kakamega County, and I was actually very impressed with what she's doing. And aside from that also, I went around to see the different projects that the youth are doing in our country, and even had a chance to see what even the other youths are doing outside the country. So you're doing a very good job, and I want to believe that as we leave this place here today, we shall even have, you know, some of those youth coming down to Taita Taveta County, because there is a lot that can be done in our county so that we can impact the lives of the people in Taita Taveta. As Dr. Kingori was presenting, there was that school where we had learners under the tree, and after some time they were now occupying a classroom. Such are cases that we have back in our county, among, you know, other cases. So I want to believe that at the end of the day, we shall actually have, you know, some of the youth coming down to Taita Taveta, and even more youth from Taita Taveta joining COP Africa, so that we can change the lives of our people. Thank you so much, and be blessed. And before I finish up, kindly, I have two members from the Department of Education. Kindly be upstanding and wave. Yeah. So Those are members from the department. One of them is Director, Vocational Training Centers, and another one, Deputy Director, ECDs. They are here so that they can also learn, and I'm very sure a lot is going to come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I also go to sit down. Daktari, Chair, we are ready, and I know the governor will confirm to go into an MOU so that we can now come to Taita Taveta. Even before we go into an MOU, I'm sure you are already welcome to Taita Taveta. His Excellency, I thought it's good you see the lady from Taita Taveta, from Veruga Ward. I don't know where she is. Yes. She comes from in our place, Veruga Ward, deep in the village. And I'm happy what she's doing in Kakamega about the pottery project. And I saw several other projects. Kindly, Daktari, kujeni Taita Taveta.
Okay, thank you, Asante sana. I think you have taken most of my time. Therefore, I have very little time to speak on what we have down in Taita Taveta County. Actually, I've liked the idea of making an African philanthropist. Let me tell you, young men, most young men, hata ninyi wa mnasema tupambane na hali zetu. Kama hatuwezi pambana na hali zetu, let's not wait from outside there to get. Already outside there, they are broke. Resources are just remaining in Africa. It is us to use the ideas of this COP Africa and move on. You know, I was asking myself a question when I had the chairman and Dr. Patricia talking here. In the villages there, I'm sure you have seen there are so many feeder roads. I'm sure you have seen those feeder roads. And you ask yourself, who did those feeder roads? If you're going to ask yourself that question, you'll find going through what COP Africa is talking about, that's what was happening long time ago. Whereby communities gather together and they say, let's say on a Tuesday, between 9 up to midday, we're gonna make this road. Na kama hautatokezea, unapigwa fine. A cockerel kama ujafika kwa mkutano, inachukuliwa kama punishment. And that jig is celebrated by the entire community. So COP Africa actually is giving us to go back to what we used to do long time. Right now, the biggest challenge in Kenya, as one of the speakers said, we have so many degrees, so many diplomas, but our young ones cannot get jobs. The only way to get these jobs is to be in groups and start projects like the one I saw for beekeeping. Like in my place down there, we have the best grazing fields. Young ones, just to buy calves, they gather, they make a harambe, community done, and then after some time, 3 to 6 months, these calves, they become as huge as buffaloes and sell them. And that is the route to go. I don't know how comes COP Africa was initiated in 2011, and up to now, I've just known them the other day. I should have known them long time ago. You know, there are some counties, you know, before devolution. 1964, time of independence, up to 2013, time of devolution. There are some counties who experienced, they never had even a single industry. And then after devolution, now, when we are giving out the equitable share, we say 1 shilling, 1 vote. Now, what could happen to those counties years back who never had industries? Do you know what happened? All the educated young men, they went to counties where industries were initiated by the government. For example, Taita Taveta. I don't have even a single industry. which means that all the young men between time of independence to time of devolution, they are going to all other counties where industries are. And after devolution, each county gives priorities to its youth. Now, what will it gonna happen to these counties where there is no industries? And again, right now, it is 1 shilling, 1 vote, when we are giving out equitable share. Which means those counties which didn't have industries, again, they are going to suffer another suffering, because if you are given 1 vote, 1 shilling, implying they'll get very little money. Like exactly what is happening to my county. So am I gonna go and sleep and stay just like that? Exactly what COP Africa is doing is exactly what I'm doing back down there. It's exactly what I'm doing. But I've gone further ahead because we never had no industries. Right now, as we are talking, the biggest mega plant in steel industry, we are doing it in Taita Taveta. Just the way mentioned, Kenyans, you're gonna ask them, where does rice come? They'll talk about Moya and Kina Ahero. And yet in my county is the one which has got the biggest grazing field for, rice plant field. When people are talking Moya 26,000 acres, they're talking Ahero 19,000 acres. In my area, we have over 300,000 acres for rice. And again, these 300,000 acres, when you see Mount Kilimanjaro, when the ice is melting up there, it actually melts down to this farm. We never miss water over there. It's not like this other one, sometimes there's no water. In fact, we came to realize even the aroma of rice, the best aroma. They come and buy my rice there, blend it over there, and then they sell it to you, and they say, hey, Moya rice ni mtamu, kumbe inatoka Taita. So, unless you are an entrepreneur, is when you can have such things. And it was not known from 1964, but it came to be known when I was elected as a governor 2022. Why all this time people never knew about that? COP Africa, God bless you. These are the ideas we should put to our young ones, our children. We should not always be relying from the West or from other parts of the world. Let the world over there to rely on us, and it's very possible. Resources are with us right now. If we're going to talk about coffee, we have the best coffee. If we're going to talk about tea, we have the best tea. If we're going to talk about minerals, we have plenty of minerals. If we're going to talk about rice, we have. If we talk about anything, even the human resource, Kenyans are very hardworking. COP Africa, karibuni Taita Taveta. When you are talking about COP Africa, and my ideas, actually we go hand in hand. And that is the only way. There are two types of, there's a leader and there's a politician. A politician, he talks just only to take care of his votes, maybe in the coming election 2027. But a leader is the one who actually looks for the future of his people, especially for the young ones like you. But with me, I think I wear all those hats. I'm a politician, I'm a leader, and talk about anything about I still wear it. So, COP Africa, these are the leaders, they're not politicians. Our youth who are here today, because I've heard some of you have done, as I was seeing on the pictures, you have done wonderful things. Go to the world has become a village. Mnaweza kujipika na nyungu moja, nyote mkue pamoja. What you talk in Kisumu, what you talk in Muranga, what you gonna talk in Lamu, nyinyi wenyewe mnaweza shikana na mwelezeni wenzenu, kindly let us start doing this. Watu wachane na mambo ya drugs. Drugs haziwezi kutupeleka mahali. But if we're going to engage with such activities I am telling you, this Kenya in the next few years, hata wengine wetu, wakati when we are in that age living the earth, tutakuwa tunamwambia Mwenyezi Mungu, usituondoe na mapema, tuache tuoneone kidogo. Sawa sawa? Without further ado, asanteni sana.
Please tafadhali makofi kwake, His Excellency. Beautiful. Wow. I think he deserves a better round of applause. His Excellency, very passionate, very committed, definitely talking about his people. And I was just taking a few notes which I want to read right now because he said very many important salient points. But one of them just stuck to me, and where he said that leaders look into the future. They look at the future of their people. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I mean, Chairman, Dr. Patricia, if you're looking for somebody to speak in June, I think we have that person to share in that big conference that we'll be having. Now, Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to go straight into the next order of events. But right before we get there, I want to recognize another board member. Thank you very much, Pauline. Please, makofi kwake Pauline, tafadhali. She's put a pledge of 100,000 shillings. I love this board. And she's already paid up 20,000 already. Please, a round of applause for Pauline. Now, Your Excellency, right now we'll go into a very brief session where some of these projects will be pitched right in front of us. And Your Excellency, what we'll be doing right now is giving these young individuals an opportunity to sell the vision for their communities. We will move from different parts of this beautiful nation, and if you can see in the brochure in front of you, Your Excellency, we'll be talking about Tharaka Nithi County, Meru County is represented as well, Kitui, Nairobi, there's one from Mlango Kubwa, Kakamega County as well, Busia, Baringo, Nakuru, and feel free, some of them will be here up on stage to present, but some of them might not have the opportunity to come and share. So feel free to use a pay bill and say, this is a project I want to sponsor. And it's very simple. I told you the number is 411-4803. Then I want you to write the name of the volunteer and the name of the project. That is the best way for us to account. To start us off, Your Excellency, please allow us to welcome Michael Ogutu. Wape makofi ya Michael tafadhali. He's all the way in Nyadundo sub-county in Nakuru. Michael?
Thank you so much. Nashukuru sana. My name is Michael Ogutu, coming all the way from Nyadundo sub-location together with my counterpart. I'll love him to introduce himself. Yes.
Majina yangu naitwa Ben Mwangi. Hamjambo.
Tunashukuru. So we all come from Nakuru County, as we have said, and one of the inspiring quote as a sub-community is that transformation begins when people realize their own potential to bring change. And that is what I do in my community, to help community appreciate that we all have challenges, but we can solve the challenges by co-creating solutions and bringing a sustainable income. And with this, I've been working in a community, especially in a comprehensive school in my volunteering journey, because we do it in a year. And part of my helping the community has been helping to realize a challenge. And as a community, we have realized in one of our schools, we have a big challenge, and that is water challenge. I'm a geologist, and in geology we say the world is covered with 70% of water, and out of the 70%, only 3% is consumable, because the rest is salty. Imagine of the 3%, it can sustainably cover every human being, but not everyone can access this clean water. Just like in my community, we have water, but we cannot access it. The reason why we cannot access it, because it's not in the school. And now, whatever my community is doing, it is that students are carrying water up to seven kilometers every morning to the school. Would you imagine that? With a backpack of books and food, because they also don't have a sustainable feeding program in the school. The reason why there is no sustainable feeding program is because for us to have a sustainable feeding program, we must have water to always clean the kitchen, to always clean the plates and such. And so they have to carry food. And they have to carry the water also to wash the classroom, to wash the washroom, and sometimes when they are planting trees, to always water the trees. The water they carry, they fetch from the rivers. The rivers are already contaminated because the rivers are passing through homesteads of people, and the homestead, people have already dug pit latrines. So it seeps into the water, waterborne diseases. So this child who has already contaminated waterborne diseases because of drinking this dirty water will always go to the hospital. Ladies, especially, who always use these unwashed washrooms, because of the same, they contact UTI. They have to go home. It is so uncomfortable. When you're in a class, you contacted UTI. You cannot stay in that class. You'll have to go home. This is class time being disrupted. When they go for lunch, some of them don't have that food. It's because they have to carry the food. Some of them do not have it. Dignity, self-esteem, and I'm the one who always not carry food. We sat as a community and we saw that this is a big challenge and we needed to solve the problem. And I think I would want my counterpart to share the solution that we thought through to bring to our community.
Okay, asante Bwana Michael. Baadhi ya matatizo vile Michael ameelezea, tukakaa chini na wana kijiji wengine, tukaona ni vizuri pale karibu na shule around 1.5 kilometers 1.5 kilometers tukapata kuko na borehole. Hiyo borehole tuiweke mfereji, iweke pipe, that fresh water iende mpaka shuleni. Itakuwa imesolve hiyo matatizo yote Michael amesema, na ikawezekana tukaweza kuipima, tukaona ni 1.5, tukafanya cost, tukaona itawezekana. Wakati huu tumefikia na tumetafuta pesa, tumebakisha pesa kama 1,300, kama 1,300 maji imwagike kwa shule. Sawa. Pale kwenye picha tulipokuwa tunaangalia, tuliona watoto wamebeba bag na kibuyu ya maji akienda shuleni. Mule darasani kuna desk, watoto wamekalia, kibuyu chake cha maji kiko chini ya desk. Kuna watoto wale watukutu. Naona nyote hapa mlikuwa shuleni. Nikiongea juu ya mambo ya utukutu utajua ni nini. Mwingine hakubeba maji, kwa hivyo ananyemelea mwenzake, anafichua. Kama ni kijana ni mtukutu sana, atakimbia hapo nje akunywe, akifikisha nusu akojoree ndio irudi ile level arudishie mwenyewe. Ama haitawezekana? Itawezekana. Kama ni msichana utukutu kama kijana hana, atakunywa, hata pengine atemee mate ndani ya ile kibuyu, mwenzake aje anywe. Si ni makosa sana? Kwa nini tusimbambu hiyo maji yende mpaka kwenye tanki kwa shule, watoto wakunywa maji fresh? Nani mwachie hapo, asanteni.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, as my counterpart has mentioned, it is that we are piping the water from the borehole to the school. Will have impact. Our girls and boys will not have to walk with jerry cans to the school. One. Secondly, we'll have a sustainable feeding program in the school so that there will be equality. Everyone will be coming to school knowing that they have something to eat at the end. And even the school has a good track of land. They are thinking of coming up with a good planting place so that even the sustainability of the feeding program will be at hand only when the water is in the school. So as a community, we did the mapping, we came up together, we are mobilizing resources, and that's why we are here, to call upon you and I in this journey. When we get the resources, directly we begin the process of piping the water and installing installing the pipeline. Now, when we do that, we thought of risks that could come in. Maybe the pipes might be stolen. So we are digging to bury the pipe. But secondly, because it's a community borehole and it's a community school, there might be challenge in terms of working relationship. So we leverage on the existing community, the community committee for the borehole, wrote an MOU together with the CBO that the community formed, and there will be a good working relationship. When there are damages, we know who to run to. The school also has pledged in terms of, in case there are leakages, in case there is anything that they will need to chip in, the school is in support of this. We have a budget for the same. Our budget is 714,505 in terms of the whole system, from the borehole to the community school. And as a community, we are giving 25% of this total budget in kind and in cash. We said we are doing asset-based so that we also leverage on whatever they can give. For example, digging the trenches. But we have a deficit. Africa is giving us 200,000 Kenya shillings. But we are not able to realize the whole project just because of 335,878 shillings only. And this is the clarion call to you and I, that we will partner together to help this community, to help one girl, one boy, that one day they will sit where you are seated just because you did something, just because you dug in the pocket where you'll not meet her. Maybe, what do children put in the pocket? Sometimes rubber. I know you will not meet a rubber in your pocket when you dig right now. We will want to help that children one day when they will be putting their hand in the pocket. What will they meet? Something, because we joined our hands together. Thank you so much. We look forward to partnering with you in this.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Michael, just wait there. Please, a round of applause for Michael and this amazing community.
Well done. Now, all we're looking for is how much? 300? 335,878 bob. Situmalize hii kitu bwana. So I want us to do it together. But before we do that, I want to recognize somebody that has given for arrange a number of projects, and I've already communicated to Core Africa so that they know which projects have already been given for. I want to recognize George Mwai. Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. George Muse, sorry for that, George Muse. Now he has given 120,000 shillings cash. We know the projects, they're already, so we will not announce so that you don't now say I'm not presenting again. We know what he has done. So please, Nelly, he deserves, wapile scarf yetu ile shango na nderemo. So we can give it to him so that we can celebrate 120,000 already paid into our M-Pesa. Now I want us to use, as we get his gift ready, now I want us to do this together. 335,000. Who wants to start us off? Nani nataka kutuanzishia? 335,000. Inua tu mkono nikuje tu hapo mahali. Uniambie unataka kunipatia ngapi? 335,000. Otherwise there's no lunch for you, there's no tea for you. 335,000. Jikune tu, just look at yourself. How much do you want to give me? Somebody needs to start me off. Mtu anianzishie tafadhali. Somebody needs to start it off specially. I need 335,000. Yes, let's please come and give George. George, please a round of applause for George. He's given 120K. He's officially a philanthropist. So George is, I think, congratulations to you, George. DJ angetuwekea ile wimbo ya Dorime. But yeah, George, all right. So George will hold your, there we go, he's officially a philanthropist. There we go. All right. Beautiful. Thank you very much, George. Congratulations. So I want somebody to help me start this 335,000. Turns up. How much, madam? Hey, nimesikia namba kubwa. Let me just get close to you. Nisikie vizuri. How much, ma'am? So she's giving the last 5,878. Beautiful.
Shangwe, shangwe na vigeregere, shangwe na vigeregere.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Niko na commentary hapa. There we go. So please somebody to reach out to her so she can do that. I need somebody to, now we are 330,000. Somebody needs to just remove the 30,000. Then we can now start talking about something less than 300,000. Or you can do it as a table. You can come together and say, so that we can put Michael's piping project on the road. Who wants to help me with this one? I am looking at, it's you guys I'm looking at, by the way. Yeah? Who else? I'm looking for somebody. Now, or I put you in the spot. See, that's better. So how much do you want to give? 5,000. We have 5,000 here. So somebody help me do the 5,000. All right. So I'm at 5,000. Somebody else? Okay. So what about you, sir? 10,000 here, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. All right. Don't stop looking at me. 10,000 from Daktari here as well. Somebody help me do that.
Shangwe.
Okay, okay. Who else? Today we will fuliza. Don't worry. This table, who's doing it? I'm just looking at you. You're looking at me. 5,000 from this lovely lady.
Shangwe na vigeregere.
Asante sana.
Uhezo 5,000.
Imeza. Wewe tu, wewe ndio umeniangalia. Suti, you look nice. Well dressed. 2,000 on this table. There we go.
Shangwe, makofi, makofi.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Makofi na shangwe.
Beautiful. And look at how the community is excited already. Look at how the community is looking forward to it. Okay. Hii meza ya county. Kuna wazito hii pande. Okay. Oh, wazito. Nimeambiwa nisiangalie pande. Niangalie wazito huko. Oh, wana deliberate. Hapa pesa itatoka hapa. This table, sir. How much?
5,000.
5,000 this one is in
Shangwe na makofi, makofi.
So please, Co-Africa staff, please help me just so that we can get all the names for everybody. Okay. This table. Who's supporting me on this table? Okay, Your Excellency. Okay, His Excellency has done 10,000 towards this beautiful project.
Shangwe, makofi, makofi.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Asante sana. Imeza, Your Excellency, tunazindikisha His Excellency. Tunamzindikisha na pesa ngapi? No, kitabu ni yako. You'll still read the book later.
Tupige daktari Jackie, tupige daktari Jackie.
Lazima tu support, tunamweka Jackie, yani kumuinua. How much in this table? Somebody, give me somebody. Madam? You don't like the silence. Okay, hii table on Ajikuna. This table, finally. Anybody here? 5,000 on this table. Please, a round of applause.
Makofi kwa hizo ngiri tano.
Beautiful. And I know a lot of you, yes please.
As the alumni in support of our brother, who we were also as volunteers, we are giving 5,000 for
5,000 from the alumni.
Makofi kwake.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Asante sana, Michael. Thank you very much. We'll raise the rest.
Yes.
Please, a round of applause for Michael. Na asanteni sana. So just in case you need to enjoy the tea before you give, the tea station is open at the back there. Right now, I'd like to welcome Nelly Imenza. She's doing an amazing project in Kamayagi Dispensary in Kamayagi, Gashiogogo, Kitui County. Please, a round of applause for Nelly. Makofi kwa Nelly tafadhali.
Good morning. Standing here is quite a task, but I hope I shall deliver. My name is Nelly, and with me I have my counterpart.
Good morning. Jina langu naitwa Boniface Kinga kutoka eneo dogo la Gashigongo, Tharaka Ward, Kitui County.
Asante. Growing up, I've always wanted to be a doctor. But since I'm not in a hospital, we all can guess what happened. But nonetheless, we are treating other issues, including maternal deaths with our project. Welcome to my presentation. In my community, giving birth isn't always a celebration. It is a risk. Imagine your wife, your sister, your auntie has to give birth at home. Imagine your sister, your wife, would probably give birth on the road. Also picture that she sometimes would give birth at home with no proper maternal care. And this is attributed to the fact that in my community, there is not a single maternal care in the current dispensary. And that is why my community and I decided to end this problem for our mothers, for our children.
Sisi kama jamii dogo ya Gashigongo, Kitui County, tulikaa tukafikiria, tukawaza, tukaona tumekuwa na shinda ya wadada zetu, mama zetu wa kujifungua. By the way, kutoka mimi nizaliwa sijaiona maternity wing. Sisi tumekuwa watu wanazaliwa maybe wengine wanazaliwa kwa chia, wengine wamebebwa, mama zao wamebebwa. Tukakaa chini tukafikiria tunaweza anza mradi upi. Kama community, wanajamii wakapanga ile kitu muhimu hatujai kuwa nayo ni kujenga maternity wing. Sababu ya kujenga maternity wing, kwa mfano sisi mila yetu wale wengi wanaendanga zile makanisa amwendangi hospitali, sababu hata kwenda hospitali imekuwa distant about more than 20 kilometers. Tukafikiria kama jamii yetu tukaona ni vizuri tuanze kujenga ile maternity wing na ikuwe iko na mahali pa delivery room, ikuwe iko na immunization room, ikuwe iko na postnatal room na pia ikuwe iko na washing room. Mahali wa mama wetu wanapata nafasi sehemu ya kujifungulia, watoto wetu wanapata nafasi ya kupata tiba ya kwanza, pia watoto wetu wanapata nafasi ya kuoshwa wanapozaliwa. Na kama jamii tukaona hii ni mradi muhimu tunaweza kuanzisha ili watu wetu wa mama wetu waweze kupata mahali pazuri na pia watoto wetu waweze kupata mahali pazuri.
Dear philanthropists, friends, this is not just a building. This is a promise for safer beginnings.
Sisi kama community pia tuliona hii kitu iko na muhimu sana. Tukaona hii maternity wing itasaidia wazazi wetu sana. Kwa sababu tumekuwa na ile safari mrefu, mama wetu wamekuwa kitembea safari mrefu sana. Pengine wala hawajatembea kwetu, kuna ile our area is terrain. Pia kufika mahali mnaweza pata means of transport inakuwa ni shinda na wengine wanapata hawezi fika. Tukaona tukijenga hii maternity wing tutaweza kufupisha ile safari ya mama wetu kwenda hospitali kujifungua. Pia tukaona tukiweza kupata hii maternity wing pia itasaidia watoto wetu kupata ile the immunization services zile za kwanza ili wakuwe ni kama watoto wengine. Pia wamama wetu more than 400 pia watapata nafasi ya kupata nafasi mzuri ya kujifungua, watakuwa na sehemu nzuri ya kujifungulia. Sababu imekuwa pia shida, wengine wanajifungua kwa mito, kwa jia, wengine pia wanabebwa hawafiki vizuri ili waweze kupata nafasi zao. Pia tuliona hii pia itapunguza vifo vya watoto wengi. Sababu kama kuna madaktari, tuko na maternity wing, kuna nurse watawasaidia mama kujifungua, watasaidia pia watoto wakuwe na afya mzuri, pia watawasaidia kupata nafasi nzuri. Na kama community yetu tukafikiria tutafanya nini? Tukaona ni vizuri tufungue CBO which is already registered, na tukaanza kuchanga ile 10% ya commitment as a community, na pia tukaanza ile in kind 15% ili tuweze kubeba mchanga, changarawe ili tuweze kuanzisha mradi wetu kwa ile jamii yetu. Alafu ili for sustainability tukafikiria, sababu ili ni jambo letu limekuwa likitusumbua sana. Tumekuwa tukitembea, wamekuwa wakitembea, wamekuwa hawafiki vizuri, wamekuwa hawapati matibabu. Tukalichukulia kama jambo letu na tukapanga tutali-support 100% za community, na tukapanga ili ni mradi mzuri sana kama community, and that's why we agreed to start that project, na tunajua ukweli tutasaidika.
Najua wengine wetu tutajiuliza sasa building 2, but this is not the end. We are knocking doors. We are calling upon each one of us to contribute, to help our mothers, to help our children. Life begins at birth, but it could also end at birth. For my community, it only relates to the latter, and with a budget of 961,000, Co-Africa with their generosity, they pledged 200,000. So, to help our mothers and children, I would call upon you with your heart to kindly support our mothers and children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much, Nelly. Now, Bwegani. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, the year is 2025, and there's a community in this country where it is not what is supposed to be a happy moment can quickly turn into a sad moment. The year is 2025, where women are not guaranteed proper maternal health. Ladies and gentlemen, we might not be able to sort it out at a national scale, but we definitely can do it for this community in Kitui County. Now, I think this particular one, I want us to do it differently, because the bill is 521,000. But I want to challenge us. I want to task the ladies on the table to put the men on the table to task. No. Daktari, I hear you, but I'm doing it this way. I want the ladies to start, then they will push the men on the table to support them, so that the ladies can feel for their fellow ladies in Kitui. Can we do that together? So I want to start with the ladies. So the ladies will start me off, then the ladies will task the men on the table to join in. So ladies, let's go. So put the bill, how much they need. It is significant. 4114803 is a pay bill number, and I want you to put Nelly Maternity Project. So the ladies, I want you to think through this one. One of you should be the secretary in this group. You're taking money, you're saying this is what we want to give. I will come, this one I will come table by table. Hii hata sina uoga. This one I will come table by table. Because there's this table, hii meza imesema inataka kuanza. We cannot allow another child to die in Kitui. No, not on our watch. Yes, please. 500,000. Okay. So 500 shillings, nimeanza hapa na 500 shillings. Well done. Nimekuambia hakuna pesa ndogo leo. Let's go. All right, so somebody has given 6,000 already. Thank you very much. That's from the pay bill. All right, thank you very much. No lady should die. No child should. Think about it. Some of you, your children are celebrating 1 year, 2 years. Imagine if you had not, you never had that opportunity to do that. Imeza? Meza muni changamshe. Oh, you're negotiating. Negotiate very well. Negotiate very well. Naona governor ameingia kwa M-Pesa. Oh, you have agreed. Okay, not yet. I like the discussion. Imenza, hii hata sikukuja round 1. Nilikuja? Oh, the ladies are here. Okay. Think through. Think through. I'm giving you the next 2-3 minutes. I have 1,000 shillings here. Nadia? Oh, 6,000. Okay. Nadia gave 6,000. Usikunywa hii chai saa hii na hujatoa. Hata rudisha ya kikombe basi. This table now. Yes, please. 4,000 for you or the table? For the table, 4,000. Well done. Thank you very much. Supporting the ladies. Beautiful. So somebody should just get that done. Emails up. I'm napiga picha. So the project number, rather the pay bill is 4114803. That is what I want. Ninulie mkono ni encourage. Just encourage. Imeza? Wewe peke yako ndo umetoa. Ngapi? Wewe yako najua. Oh, hii Okay. Toeni ingine, hii ni akina mama. Mutoi tumalize. Eh? Unatoa ngapi? Oh, una consult with your boss. I like your boss. I really like your boss. Imeza? Umepoint to mzito. 500. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm loving it. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay. Okay, let me come. 5K, 5,000 shillings. Well done. Asante sana. Well done. Niapa. Okay. Oh, you're redeeming. Okay, they're redeeming their pledge. Mesa. 30,000 on this table. Well done. Well done. Asante sana. 30,000 on this table. You need 30 seconds. Or to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Bwana MC. Geoffrey Mwai, my name, Kenya Red Cross Society, Training Institute. I want to support differently. I'm looking at maternity and beyond building and having the structures on place. I think it's important that we support in capacity building from the time that the construction is ready, just to make sure that it's up and running. And I'm pledging that from Kenya Red Cross Training Institute, we'll be able to support training and of course any other support that you'll get in kind. Thank you.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi ya Kenya Red Cross? Wao wamepitisha pesa. Okay? We're moving. I like how we're moving. Pesa iko. Niko na list ya watu wamegive, but I want us to give first before we get into this. This table, sijakuja kwa hii meza. What are we doing? You're consulting. Okay. So, simama kwa hii meza wakiconsult. Washatoa, how much? 4,000. All right, 4,000 on this table. All right, Stella, 5,000 shillings as well. Well done. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Nelly. Asante sana. Round of applause for Nelly. Well done. Beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm meeting most of you for the first time, but you will not forget me after today. So that is just a caveat. And just before I get one speaker to just join me up on stage, I'd like us to welcome our next presenter. She's talking about borehole water pumping to tank and kiosk distribution. It is all the way in Ewahumbi. She's going to help me do this village in Kakamega County. Please let's put our hands together for Fatma Athman. Makofi kwake Fatma tafadhali. Yes, Daktari.
Before Fatma presents, the managing director of Kenindia Assurance was here and he pledged. It's just that amesema tuende tufuatilie cheki huko kwa ofisi, but towards the project of the maternity, he has pledged the 316,000.
Asante sana. Mungu ni nani? Amupigieni huyo jamaa makofi tafadhali. There we go. All right, Fatma, let's take it away.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. So my name is Fatma Athman, and I currently volunteer in Kakamega County, Ewama Humbi village. With me is my counterpart. She can introduce herself.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, I'm Fozia Murambi Catherine from Ewama Humbi village, Navaholo sub-county, Kakamega County.
So Fatma Athman is a community resource manager. I do community work, so locally people call me into our community just because of how much we impact the people and the development work that we do. So when I landed in Kakamega County, I had a very different experience when it came to access to clean water. Most of us here are used to having piped water in our homes, right? But that one was a very different, for me it was a very different experience when I landed there. And because in Kiswahili we say, hatuandiki na mate na wino upo. Because Catherine is here today, she will share her experience and see how women in our community experience their daily life.
Thank you. As from our community at Ewamahumbi, we have a culture that says men are not supposed to fetch water. So you find that the burden is all on women and young children. And remember, in the same village, we only have rivers that serve as a source of water to the community. And at the same time, the rivers are contaminated, maji si safi. So you find that we as women, we walk a distance of almost 6 kilometers in search of this resource, the maji, and we spend that carried out a survey na ikapatikana ya kwamba in a year 370 children suffer from diarrhea and 100 adults suffer over the same disease. You find that we are really having hard time to control because the water that we are using is dirty. At the same time, we have the physically challenged, and also where we have the elderly people in the community. They still find it difficult to fetch this water. Kuna wakati an incident happened whereby mtoto alikuwa ameenda kuchota maji mtoni na akateleza akaanguka, only to realize later that amekufia kwa maji. It was really sad. And even there's a time a pregnant woman went to fetch the same water kwa sababu ni mulima kiazi. Akipanda kurudi nyumbani, akateleza, akaanguka na kufikishwa hospitali, ikawa ya kwamba mtoto amepoteza maisha. So we are really in a bad state kulingana na mambo ya maji, and that's why today we have come up with this project to help this community.
So in that line, I'd like to pose a question. If today the privilege that we have of having access to clean, safe, and piped water was taken away from you, how much would you be willing to pay to have that access? Just think about it. But I know it's much. We will be willing to pay a lot to have that privilege. Now, for us, we came as a community and we thought about it. You would ask me, because Fauzia has mentioned that we have 2 rivers, why not use the existing rivers and pipe that water or even pump it to have access to water? But we know river water is contaminated, so it's also very expensive to purify this water and have that access to clean water, right? So now we assessed and we found that we have an existing hand-pumped borehole, but the borehole as of now it's still far. So the women can't reach to it in good time, so they opt to go for the river water. Now, we are proposing to change the hand-pumped borehole into a solarized one, collect the water into a 10,000 liter tank, then pipe it down into a central position where it's in a Catholic church in Ewamahumbi. This way, women will be able to access the water. The impact is that the distance will be reduced from 6 kilometers to 3 kilometers. Time is reduced from 1.5 hours per trip to fetch water to only 30 minutes per trip. And we are projecting to reduce the waterborne diseases from 378 cases a year by 50%. Don't you think it's a good cause? Yes. So far as a community, we've managed to register a CBO. We've done a hydrological test, and we are hoping to complete and launch the project by July. And the risk that our community with this project, we know that we'll have a risk of mismanagement of funds and maybe a system. So to curb that and to ensure that the project is sustainable, we have formed a water management committee that will be responsible to managing the water, and we'll train them on system management and financial management. So don't worry about sustainability, we have that covered, right? Yes. And then as of now, our budget stands at 594,000, and my community, We have already committed to 25% of the budget. Co-Africa has pledged to give us 200,000 Kenya shillings, and we have a deficit of 246,000. All we ask is that one coin that you have, one bag of cement, a block, and a pipe. And we will make this project come into fruition.
Okay, to add on what Madam has said, we have a saying that says, if you educate a woman, you are educating the whole nation. But I will also say, if you give a woman fresh and safe water, the entire family will be healthy and free from diseases. That's why today I stand here. I plead with all my fellow women and our able men to stand with us, to be part of this Ewama Hombi community, to help us at least to access this fresh and safe water to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Fatma. Please a round of applause for Fatma. Beautiful. Now, I just want to find out from the room, just before we get into this, how many of us have already taken the tea? Majority of us, I think, have. Beautiful. Now, I can see most of you are enjoying water. So I'm looking for my water people. So if you're drinking water, or if your tumbler is almost half empty, imagine what these ladies are going through in this village. So kama umekunywa maji, nataka kukutax maji. I want us to buy a bag of cement. How much is a bag of cement?
920.
Just 920 bob. So if you've drank water, no usifanye simiti ya uko ema?
Ewama Humbi.
Si same na ya Rongai? No. Very different. So 920 bob is all I'm asking for. So I have one 920 there. I just want 920 shillings. Which ulisomea shule gani? Which institution?
Machakos University.
Machakos University. From Machakos University, 10,000 shillings.
Thank you so much.
I just 920. 920, another 920 from chair. I just want cement right now. Nataka tu simiti, 920 bob. 310 munalia, 920 920. Women Connect. Afri Women Connect 920 wameka simiti ya 920. Nataka tu simiti, sitaki kitu kingine. I just want simiti. 2,000 from Machakos University. Asante sana. 920 hapo nimepewa simiti tafadhali. 920, another simiti pale 920. Nifuatilieni hizi simiti zangu tafadhali. Who else? 920. Usininyime 920. Ushatoa. 920. Imeza musinione. 920 nimetolewa pale nyuma. The gentleman with an amazing suit. I love that. Nipatieni tu simiti ya 920. Saki kitu ingine. Imeza mushikane hapa munipatie 920. 920. I want 920 shillings. 920. Asante sana. So the lady right there. 920 hapa kutoka county. Asante sana. Imeza iko mtu mwingine na 920. The gentleman ametoa 920 hapa. 920 from this table. 920 ama 20. 920 from here. Dani hajatoa 920. If you're drinking water, ninunulie simiti tafadhali. Kama unakunywa maji, hii kwanza hii meza umemaliza maji yote. Hii meza nani amenipatia simiti? Simiti tu. Hata sija kuomba changarawe. 920 kutoka mtu wa kamera. 920 amesema simiti mbili kutoka hapa kwa hii meza. Nani mwingine? Nani? This gentleman here? Bwana, I'm just okay, hii meza wakunywi maji. Kwa nini wakunywi maji? Hii meza hiyo hata hamna maji, hata chupa mmepeana. Nipatieni 920 moja hapo. Mtu anipatie 920. Nipatie tu simiti. Sorry. 920 hapa kutoka county. 920. So utamtolea. So 920 hapa. 920 hapa. 920 hapa. Asante sana Fatma. Please a round of applause for Fatma. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very well done. Tashtuka. Nadia, you have money for 920s? 15,000. 15,000 from Nadia all the way at the back. Mungu ni nani? Asante sana. Ewa Humbi, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we take a brief, we want to take a breather kidogo from the presentations. I'd like to welcome Bernard Osoro, from, he's a director institutional banking at Cooperative Bank. Just to share briefly, please a round of applause for Bernard, just to say a few words. Makofi kwake Bernard, so you can go up.
Thank you, MC. For me, I really don't want to take much, noting that it's time for your breather. Like you've heard, my name is Bernard Osoro. I serve at CoopBank, where we manage some of the PBOs you've been talking about. For me, really, it's not really much. And first, I'm excited about COPS Africa in terms of what you're doing to the youth. I think this is the future, isn't it? Are we in agreement that the youth are the future? And the kind of program you're instilling on the youth in terms of, I wish first I knew such a program existed when I was young. Not that I'm old, but I was young. Because, in terms of impact, and then, you get to impact our community in a bigger way. I know, and maybe that's where we're doing the fundraising, and I'm happy, and I want to commit from the bank side. Like I said, I work for Cooperative Bank. I want to commit that we would actually support COP Africa in terms of what they're doing, and we'll be having just an engagement to see how then we can actually deepen the kind of work you're doing for the communities. So for me, it's to actually appreciate the youth first what you're doing. I think this is a great thing because you're the future of this country. You might think what you're doing is not big. I've heard some of the politicians say that, this is Africa and Africa is our business. Let me say that this is Kenya and Kenya is our business, because the way you impact the community, I'm a strong believer that, blessings follow you even from the community side, and God will actually bless you in terms of what you're doing. So for me, it's to say thank you very much even for inviting us. We commit to actually support the activity, and we'll be willing to partner with some of the youth to try and see then how we can actually help them, even come up with even much better products in terms of supporting the communities. So asante sana and God bless.
Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for the amazing team from Cooperative Bank. Thank you very much. Core Africa and Coop Bank. Definitely a match made in heaven. All right, right now I'd like to welcome one of us, and just before we tupunge hewa kidogo, I'd like to welcome George Irongo. George is one of our counterparts, and he has such an impacting story that I want you to hear. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome officially up on stage, George Irongo. Makofi kwake George.
Thank you. Okay. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay, I am George Irongo. I come from Laikipia County, a place known as Daiger. A place called Daiger. Okay, thank you. So, for the last maybe 1.5 years, COP Africa, let me say, they have been in our area. And every time I wake up, one of the things that come in my mind is COP Africa, because they have implemented a project in our area. In that area, and where they have done that project, it is in a school called Daiger Mixed Secondary School, where I am a financial officer or a school bursar. And when the Core Africa came to our area, through the chief and the volunteer Betty and the members of the community, they sat down, and Betty informed the community that the Core Africa is willing to help the community, so they should come with one of the projects that they will support. So the community sat down, come up with many ideas, many projects, but they felt that they should assist the school that is near. And in that area, we have the other schools are very far away, so in a span of maybe 6 kilometers, we have that only that one school, that called Daiger Mixed Secondary School. So they come up with a project, and they start with Daiger Secondary School, and from there, we sat down with the parents and other stakeholders, and we see one of the projects that can benefit the school is a drip irrigation project. And they did a lot of work to try to, maybe kuna ile maneno mingi waliangalia, wakaona the reason ya kuleta drip irrigation. So I have for some of the reasons why they find it fit to bring the drip irrigation scheme in the school. And one of the reasons is those who have come to maybe Daiger Hills there at Nanyuki, you'll find that we are in the leeward side of the Mount Kenya. So the area received very minimal rainfall, such that ikinyesha sahi kumaliza before mimea igrow na to harvest, mvua inakatikia katikati. So that's another reason why they prefer the drip irrigation. Another reason is the poverty level of that area is very big. In that area, maybe in mashamba kidogo ya maua iko pale, there's no other major economic activity iko pale, other than maybe hizo na a bit of livestock keeping. The other reason wenye walionelea hivyo, waliona watoto wanakaa nyumbani. There's a lot of persistent absenteeism of the student. So watoto wanakaa nyumbani sana, reason school fees problems ko pale. So another reason is poor performance of the student. Waliona watoto wakikaa nyumbani ama wakaa kufukuzwa pale nyumbani, wanapoteza muda mwingi wakiwa pale nyumbani. That reflected in and the result is poor performance for the student. From there, there's a lot of, they noted there is low enrollment of the students. So wakati kuna intake ya maybe a form 1, kuna hizo vitu mingi zinaitishwa pale kwa shule, na most of the students they cannot afford. Some schools ask about the rim papers. There's a lot of hizo vitabu mingi, so watoto wengi wanabaki pale nyumbani, so they don't go to the secondary school. Another reason is there's a lot of underfunding from the Ministry of Education. Most of the time we hear, or you hear, that the capitation per student is 22,000, but in the reality, that what hits in the account is maybe around 14 to 15,000. So there's a lot of stress mwalimu kumanage pale shule because of the low funding from the government. And the community sat down and tukajipanga. That's why we called the parents na tukajipanga pale. So from the side of the Co-Africa, they advise us that they will only contribute 75% of the money, and the rest will from the community. 10% was paid in kind, and 15% was paid in cash. That makes 100%. And from the COP Africa, we received 250. In kind, that is 25,000, and in cash, that is 7,500. that was contributed by the parents because they are the one who will benefit most. From there, we went ahead and we implemented the project. We did the land preparation. From there, we the official from the Africa, we purchased the material, that is tank, drip lines, and the work was done. From there, we planted the crops, and in this case, we informed the student and the parents. Najua ile area ni dry sana, ni kuna ukame mingi sana, and tulikuwa tunataka kuonyesha na kufunza wale wazazi na wanafunzi there's another way we can do the farming, and that when we are doing all those, we inform the parents and the students, and from there tukaendelea na tukapata mazao, and kuna ile mazuri tumepata pale, the impact that we received from the project, and one of the benefits is we have enough food for the student. Ukiangalia project tulianza last year mwezi wa June, that is when tulianza hiyo project, na kufikia around and tukifika around September, we have the first harvest, that is beans, and that beans assisted us to finish the third term. So tulinunua maybe 3 bags, and the rest we harvested from the farm, and we have the excess of the beans yenye imekuja mpaka this term for term 3. Fikia January tulipata a harvest of the maize, tukatoa 18 bags. So for this term 1, we did not buy any maize. Na that maize is the one that we use to take to the posho mill. 2 days watoto wanakula ugali, 1 day tuna substitute na mchele, the 2 days wanakula githeri. Unaona, so the project have assisted the school. We are not buying so much from the market. Ukiangalia mambo ya public institution, we do a lot of tendering. Na ukiangalia mambo ya tendering, wakati unaambia budu tender, unamwambia sasa nimekupea tender, utakuwa unalipea maharagwe na mahindi. So the supplier mostly they increase the price because you not pay in time. Kama gunia pale unanunua 4,000, unapata the supplier anakupea na 55. Juu sasa ukakileta hii wiki utampea maybe after a month, utamlipa after a month or 2. So having the school is growing its own crops, we have able to save a lot for the school. And tukiangalia on that side, the school has able to pay a lot of debts. Ukiangalia pale nyuma, for the last 3 years, hii area, the whole of the Kenya, there was a lot of drought, and na chakula ikuwa na bei kali. And that time tulikuwa tunaweka watoto kwa shule, and hatukuwa most of the time ukifuza mtoto alikuwa anakaa maybe 3 to 4 weeks pale nyumbani. Hata wakati mwingine anakuprefer kuja kufanya mtihani, but hii wakati mwingine wote anakuja unamwambia wewe hujalipa fees, urudi nyumbani. So we accumulate a lot of fees. Tusema uzuri wa mwalimu ulimweka tu kwa madeni, na alifanya vizuri. Most of the students finished the form 4s for those last year, but tukaingia kwa madeni. But with the project from the Africa, we have able to settle a debt of 480,000. Now we have not accumulated any other debts from the school feeding program. So, the other thing is we have increased the ratio of the student. Baadaye walikuwa nakula ile kakombe kadogo, but saa hii tunakuza our own food in the school, tunawekea ile kikombe kubwa. So hata kama nyumbani kuna shida pale, shule wanashiba. That's another one of the another. The other thing is, we note that in that area, most of the students have malnutrition. Hawakuli vizuri pale, maybe wanakula chakula moja for a long time, hata haitoshi. So in school, when we have the excess, we sell some and we buy alternative, maybe a fruit or some greens. But this time tumeweka this crop yenye tuko naye, tumeweza kupanda spinaches, sukuma wiki, potatoes and some other alternative food that can perform well in Daiger. So that's another benefit. We still have another benefit. We have the needy parents. That hata ukiwatisha kitu kidogo hawawezi leta. So we call them in our school farm and they pay in kind. Unapata kuna bora zinatokea pale, hiyo pesa wakiwalipa inaenda kwa kulipa fees. Another benefit is we have been able to restore the confidence to our students. You look, most of the needy students are very bright. Na yule mtoto kimweka nyumbani for a long time, hata ana lose the track ya catch up the state bus with the teacher. So when the student is in the school, most of the time is able to continue, and the performance is so steadily. I do the human the performance in either juu. So another benefit is that the school has able to employ BOM teachers to assist the school where there's a subject, where there are deficit with the teachers. So those are some of the benefits. Another reason we have come to note about the drip irrigation, it has a lot of benefit. Drip irrigation, we have seen when we are growing in the drip irrigation, we are able to increase the yield of the food. You are able to time, you are able to produce when there is an off season. So that's another benefit of the drip yenye tuko nayo pale kwa shule. Then the other is we have the food security throughout the year. So hiyo imetusaidia ingine. Then we are able to empower the parents economically. So even the board of the management, when they sit down, they are preferring maybe coming next year, we will reduce the school fees of the student maybe with 1,000 or 2,000. From there, we have noted with the drip irrigation, most of the crops that we say we cannot perform very well at Daiger is able to grow well in that area. So even there's other varieties of the maize that perform in other area we have seen. It's only the shortage of water in the Daiger, and now it is doing well. Another thing is we are able to train our students about the conservative agriculture. You use less water, but you grow much of the food. I think those are some of the benefits that I can say. We have benefited from the school. We still have the problem. We still have the problems. The school does not have its own borehole. We share with the community and the primary section, and the borehole is situated at primary section, so they do a lot of rationing to us. So we have a bit of stress. If we can get enough fund to drill our own borehole, it can much be better. We have a dam, but we don't have dam liner. If we can have a dam liner, it can assist us a lot. And we have done that's the project we have done in a 3/4 acre, and we are planning to expand maybe 2 acres. So we still have that we still need some fund to expand there. Maybe when we expand the farm, itakuwa sawa. So hiyo ndio niko naye. Nikifunga niseme nashukuru sana kwa Africa. You have done great thing to us. Unajua pale there is so dry, but we have able to make a change in Daiger. Other than let me appreciate Africa as board members, Betty, the volunteer, you did the good work to convince the people wakaingia kwa hiyo mpango na convince community project kuja kwa shule, imesaidia sana. Our area chief pale Umande, let me appreciate him, the school management, the principal, deputy, and the parent and the community in general. Thank you.
Asante sana. Please a round of applause for George. Thank you very much, George. And I'm pretty sure it would have gone on and on. There's so much impact in that particular community in Daiger. Asante sana, well done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just before we continue, I'd like you to stand up just a little bit. Number to smame just a little bit. Just to smame kidogo tu, so that we can get ready to do the next part. Now, the second thing is I want you to tuck in your chair. So that means you'll be behind your chair. So create some space for yourself. So just tuck in your Now, what I want you to do is very simple, okay? So I want you to look into the room. Just look into the room. Angalia nini wenyewe kwa wenyewe. I want you to find one person that you have not said hi to today. So look through the room, find one person you've not said hi to. I want you to go to them. Hold their hand. Just hold their hand. I have not said do anything. Just hold their hand. Just one person. Just hold their hand. Simple. That is the instruction. Beautiful. So now you're looking at them eyeball to eyeball. You're looking at them in their eyes, okay? This is about to get weird, yeah? Now, this is what I want you to do. This is is a stranger probably, or somebody you're meeting today for the first time, or you've not met for such a long time. I want you guys to do something for me. I want you, this is a game you're playing versus a person. So it is not a friendly thing, it's a game, it's a competition. I want you to tell the person 2 things about you that are true and 1 that is a lie. His or her responsibility is to find out which one is a lie. Please don't tell me, yeah, you know what to tell me. Don't tell me everything about your life, just very basic stuff. But 2 things about you that are true and 1 that is a lie that I need to find out which one is a lie. Let's go. 2 truths and 1 sounds like the truth, but it's definitely a lie. It is difficult to lie, right? Very hard to lie. So tell them 2 truths and 1 that is a lie. Oh, umechoma. 2 truths and 1 is amepata zote? Na umepata zote? So mnaambiana, si one way, mnaambiana. Interesting. Very interesting. Beautiful. Naona sana. Accent imekata. Beautiful. 1 minute. Which one is a lie? It's becoming serious. Beautiful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may kindly have your seats. Beautiful. Asante sana. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Hii hapa imeshika. I like this one. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Beautiful. Take your seats kindly. Awesome. So come. Please, the 2 of you just come. The 2 of you, please. Please. So, we're going to play it, all of us, because yenyu ilikuwa inakani kama ni fun. So you're going to tell us your 2 truths and 1 lie, and we will guess which one is a lie, okay?
Hello. My 2 truths and 1 lie. My name is Mariano Gola.
All right, so her name is Mariano Ogola.
Mariano Gola.
Mariano Gola.
I'm 30 years old.
She's 30 years old.
And I know how to swim.
And she knows how to swim. Oh, wow, that's a hard one. So her name is Mariano Gola. She's 30. And she knows how to swim. Yes. She's not 30 years old. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm not 30 years old.
Oh, wow. You're younger? Yeah. Oh, wow, okay. Interesting. What about you?
Hello. My 2 truths and 1 lie. My name is Rose Kahiga. I have a degree in nursing and I am 23 years old.
Why are you guys giving us age? No. Imagine if you say she looks older, then it's a problem already. What is a lie? No, you should not be a Core Africa person for this one. Core Africa people are suspended. Which one is a lie? Which one do you think is a lie? You think her age. Your age, you said your age is how old? 23. You think she's... No, her age is a lie. What about her? Even the 23, you don't believe it. What about you? You think the lie is nursing? Okay. Who else? All those in favor that she's not a nurse, say hi. What did you actually do a degree in?
I did a degree in community health and development.
Community health and development. Please a round of applause for her. Beautiful. Thank you very much, ladies. Have a good one. Now, we're just about to skim through a particular set of presentations. We know we worked on 4 of them, but we're just going to do 2 in this particular round so that we can get through to the next one. These ones are going to be very quick. We will be able to fundraise for these ones outside once we are done with this great afternoon. I'd like to welcome Winjoy Kathure, who's talking to us about an ICT center. Please a round of applause for Winjoy. Beautiful. This is the best presentation you're about to have today, by the way, yeah? This is it, guys. Believe me when I tell you that, yeah? Now, some of you, Winjoy, so please, as you get up there, some of you made a pledge for the Maternal Health Project. Please, if you made that pledge, please raise your hand up. So the person that was supposed to help me, Kalamo Iko Inandika. So if you made a pledge, I know some of you made pledges, or if you gave for the maternal health, just raise your hand up. That was Nelly's project. So there's one here. Just raise your hand up so that my team, yeah, there's somebody else here. Yes, this is Nelly Iminza, the construction Kamanyagi, Giashogogo, Kitui County. We were supposed to do that together. I know somebody gave 300,000. That one was sorted. Yeah, Red Cross also said they're going to give something, so please get her name as well. Anybody else at the back? I wouldn't want to miss you. But please let's put our hands together as we welcome Winjoy as she talks to us about the ICT Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Winjoy Kadule. I serve Nakuru County, Majitam location. So, as we all know, in today's world, digital skills are essential skills. And in my community, that is a distance dream. They are not aware of the digital skills. So, as a community, we felt it was necessary to bridge the gap. And to bridge the gap, we came up with a sustainable solution of a community ICT hub. The ICT hub will give the youth the computer skills It will also teach the youth on their cyber skills, and in the end, there will be employment, digital inclusion, and also economic empowerment of my CBO members. So, ladies and gentlemen, our target budget is 380,000, and our current deficit is 91,000 Kenya shillings. So I will come to work with us in this journey, knowing that you only make impact to the younger youth in my community. So, ladies and gentlemen, open your hearts, open your souls, and however much you're planning to give it 5 times more and make my youth thrive in the digital space. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. Winjoy, well done. Beautiful. What do we give for Winjoy? Let's put it up there. Listen, this one you have to give. ICT Center. So make sure you go to 411-4803. That is our pay bill. The project is ICT Center. The name is Winjoy. If it's too long, just write Win ICT. We will definitely get it. A lot of you who have been giving outside. So Winjoy, thank you very much. Please a round of applause for Winjoy. Beautiful. Now, next up, as we wrap up this session, we were supposed to have Boniface. Remember, Boniface, where are you? Just wave at us. Where is Boniface? Salimeni Boniface tafadhali. Because of time, we will not be able to have Boniface. But please, a round of applause for Boniface. Faith Musumba, where are you? Please, Mama tafadhali, so that we can wave. Please, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you check out her project. She's going to be outside. You did so well. A lot of the feedback we're getting is that you did phenomenally well. So that's why we've skipped, because you guys really delivered yourself outside. But finally, in this particular category, I'd like to welcome Grace Mahenji. She's doing an amazing bakery project. Please let's put our hands together for her. All the way from Baringo, I believe, right? You have never thought that bread is this important to a community. Mkate. Probably you're trying to cut on bread because you're trying to lose weight. She thinks bread might be a solution to her community. So let's go.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Representing the young people from Baringo County, I'm Grace Madhenji, and I'll start by saying a lack of income is something that is holding back dreams of the people in my community. And what I mean by this is a young mom who wants to give her kids the best, wants the kid to go to school, wants the kid to feed every evening, or that youth who has just finished high school education and wants to go to college, study a course. It's not possible. Why? The reason is the income. There's a problem in my community, and this is the picture of how it looks. The place is dry, rocky, and the climatic conditions are a bit harsh, so farming is not an option. And something as simple as the cake you've taken right now has untapped power in my community. The demand that is there for the baked goods is consistent, and the goods that already the kids are receiving right now, the baked goods, the pastries, the kids in school feed on the pastries or the cakes, and the cakes that are provided are not so fresh. It's tough to chew. And also the distance they go to get these products is 40 kilometers away. So we didn't just come up with a project because we needed a project. We came up with a project that is going to provide fresh cakes and bread, and two, projects that is going to give the community back the income that they are lacking. The third one is the youth. The youth are going to get employment in this bakery by baking and delivering the cakes to the different schools and different places. And we'll be able to improve the nutrition also. So our total budget is 272,000. We have a deficit of 4,000. You may think it's just 4,000, but we want to scale up this project. We want not to just bake cakes and bread, but we want those tenders for the big events. We want to decorate cakes. So if you're able to provide the right support, we'll be able to help my community and we'll be grateful. You'll see a bigger project, not just the cakes and bread. Thank you so much.
All right, just before you leave. So Grace, your deficit is how much?
4,000.
1, 2, 3, 4. Bwana hiyo si deficit. Tumalize hii 4,000. So mbili imetoka hapo kwa volunteer. 4,000. Hata ile lunch nenda kukupatia ni 4,000 zaidi labda. 200, we're at 400, 1,400, 1,600, 500, 1,000, that's 2,100, 2,100. Oh, I'm going so fast. I'm going too fast? Okay, we do it again. So he's giving me, she's giving me, somebody here, 100 bob here, 200 bob here, and then the lady in grey next to you, 200. Eco Africa peke yake, just the volunteers can finish this one. Nipatie hapo, huyo the gentleman, Co Africa volunteers, 200 hapa, 200 hapa, hapa. The lady, again, 200 shillings. Co Africa volunteers, 200 there. Tuko pesa ngapi? Niliwacha kuhesabu. So 200 pale. 200 there as well. Hii ni ya kulipa, hii fuliza saa hii ishe. 200 there as well. Okay. Who else? Co Africa volunteers. 200 there. Hii inafaa kuwa imeisha. Watu wakakule mkate, si ndio? Please a round of applause for her. Let's celebrate her. Beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to take a trip all the way to Tharaka Nithi County. Now, thank you very much. Congratulations to you, Grace. Now, this particular team are going to talk to us about water as well. Very important. Please let's put our hands together as we welcome Edwin Tinega, who's going to be talking to us about Kamwadhu sub-location, Maragua location, Tharaka Nithi County. Makofi kwake tafadhali, yeah?
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Zinega, a volunteer serving in Kamwadhu sub-location from Tharaka Nithi County. You all know Tharaka Nithi County. There is a time when Tharaka Nithi comes to spotlight. So you know all that time. Yeah, today we are here, and besides me is my counterpart.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Benjamin Kingangi.
So our project is the construction of Sand Dam, and I will let Mr. Benjamin Kingangi to take you through the challenges that the residents of Kamwadhu face.
Thank you. Kamwadhu ni area moja ya Tharaka Nithi, ile imepakana na Kitui County, mahali kuna shida nyingi sana ya maji. Watoto wanabeba mitungi vyenye tuliona mbeleni pale, hawendi shule mapema sababu ya kukosa maji, na ya pili ni iko na household 200. Ni household 200 tuna 2 hand pumps, lakini iko distance sana na ni short sana. Ya pili ni tuko na ardhi damu mbili, na mvua ikinyesha maji inakuwa, lakini immediately after ukitonyeza hata maji nayo inaendelea pia. So tuko na shida mingi ya maji, na hiyo shida ya maji hata magonjwa inakuwa ndani, na ndio bwana volunteer wetu bwana Tinega hata alienda mpaka kwa hospitali aende ajue ni mashida gani au community wa Kamwadho wako naye, ili tujue vile tutatatua mashida.
So, as Mr. Benjamin has said, we have many waterborne diseases in the region. In January, we had 38 cases of amoebiasis, and in February, we had 30 cases. Those are not just numbers. Those are children. Those are women. Those are people who are fighting invisible battle. So, as a community, we sat down and came up with a simple solution of constructing a structure called sandam. So maybe for those who don't know what is a sandam, Mr. Kengange can elaborate more in a simple term.
Thank you. Sandam ile wakati mvua itanyesha italeta hiyo mchanga ifunge, na hiyo maji tutakuwa tunasimba kaoel, tunakunywa maji, na itakuwa inasaidia watoto wetu kuenda shule mapema, itakuwa inasaidia wamama wetu kuenda kuleta maji mapema, na wale community wengine walikuwa nakimbia walikuwa wanaenda 10 kilometers kutafuta maji na wanarudi 10 kilometers. So by the time tutajenga hiyo sandam itafungua hiyo kupoteza wakati, na at least kila mtu awe amepata maji. Haitakuwa maji safi, lakini mzuri kuwa na maji bila kuwa na maji.
So as a community, we had project timelines. We began in February, and now we are in April. We are doing resource mobilization, and that's why we are here. So if all goes well, hoping all shall go well, we shall hand over the project to the community by June. Also, as a community, we sat down and identified several risks that might arise from the sandam, one of them being water conflicts. Another one is water siltation. So in the risk of siltation, we shall construct terraces, and in water conflicts, we shall have a water committee, because we already have several water committees there, so we shall also form another one for the sandam construction. Our total budget is 348,700. As a community, we have put in a vote and we have raised 25%. Our partner Co-Africa has pledged to give us 200,000 Kenya shillings. And now we are remaining with a deficit of 61,525.
Ndio tunaomba tusaidiwe ili tusaidie watoto na wakina mama na hata jamii zile zingine ziko within that locality, tusaidiwe na 61,525, na tukipaidika tutashukuru.
Thank you very much. Imboega mno.
Imboega mno, asante sana. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Beautiful. So what is the balance? 61,525. Nana nataka tusaidiane na hii. So George Muse gave 40,000 for this project. It was part of the projects that what? Yes. So your balance is 21,525. He's not here, he's left, he's gone out. He's already paid it, Ishalipwa, on his way out. So now we need how much? All right, so I'm giving 5,000 for this project. So where are we? So minus 4,000 Nakuja? So we need 16,000 to give these people water today. 15,000. 5,000. 5,000. We need 11,000 to give water today. 11,000. 1,000. We need 10,000 to give water today. I just need 10,000. This community. Kuna chupa hata I think walikatazwa na watu wa hoteli kuingia nayo hapa. Chafu sana hiyo maji walikuwa wametuletea tuone. Let's give them how much? 3,000. I need 7,000 to give this community water right now. So 3,000 here. I just need 7,000 and we would have completed this project 100%. 100%. Everything. Just 7,000. Somebody give me 1,000. Two people should give me, so 1,000. Gentleman in red, 1,000 there. I need 5,000. I just need 5,000. 5,000. So he's doing 1,000. So I need somebody else that's going to give me, I need 5 people 1,000 each. 1,000 bob here. 4,000. I need 4. This one I want us to finish. What they're doing, they're asking for us to give them a sand dam, not even tank. That is as bad as the situation is. I need 4,000. Just 4,000. You can come together, 500 bob each, and you give me 1,000. Just 4,000. Somebody give me 4,000. 4,000? 1,000 from chair. I need 3,000. Almost there, guys. Almost there. Chair. How much? 1,000. The lady there. Please behind me. The lady there. 2,000, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody said 500. 500. I need 1,500 bob. Just 1,500 bob. We have given this community yote much. 1,500 shillings. How much? 1,000. I need 500 shillings, ladies and gentlemen. And we call it a huge success. 500 bob. Ladies and gentlemen, we've completed that project. 61,000 has been completed. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Asanteni sana. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Now, before I call the next person up, a few other projects are already sponsored. So now I can tell you George's projects, the ones that he sponsored. So George gave us a total of 120,000. So it took up Edwin Tinega's construction of Sandam in Kathigu, Kamwathu sub-county. That's what we've just done. Congratulations. He also took up Alphonse Yano goat keeping project at Gakombe village, Tharakanithi. Where is you? Nanuyo? Akwapi? Alphonse? You're standing in for him? Tell him it's all paid. The whole balance has been paid. And finally, he took up Dorcas Nyatichi, completing of a grade 8 classroom. Where are you, Dorcas? 16,000, right? All of it has been paid for as well. Well done. Congratulations. So those are the 3 projects that he took up, and he's been able. To begin, George tafadhali makofi. Thank you very much, George, for that. All right. I want us to head on over to Meru County. Rose Kahinga, talking to us about toilets. Please, Rose, up at your mic. Now think about it. Rose, please go up. Now think about it. Going to the toilet with no door. There are people that live, that is their day-to-day reality. Their children, that is how they live. Imagine if I told you, for the ladies, you're going to the left there is absolutely no door. Or you stand a chance of falling into a pit latrine. This is a story. Please, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to internalize a fact. 295 pupils of PP1 to grade 9 all depend on these toilets, which are in poor states. This poses serious health risks to them. Girls skip schools during their periods, and the other pupils are subjected to diarrhea diseases. This is not only a health risk, but also a human dignity issue. My name is Rose Kahiga, a volunteer in Meru County and Tigania East sub-county in Keremu village, a village bordering Isiolo County, And with me, I have a parent from Kiremu who is also my counterpart, and I would like for her to give us a glimpse of the situation in her school.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Brichoka Catherine from Kiremu community in Tigania East Sub-County in Meru County. Mwalimu niwekee hiyo picha. Hiyo ndio choo yetu katika Kiremu Primary. Zingine hasina choo, zingine slab inaenda kuanguka, na hiyo ni hatari kwa watoto wetu. Sometimes mtoto kama sisi wazazi tunaogopa sana wakati watoto hiyo choo iko kwa hiyo condition. Choo ni kubwa, shimo ni kubwa, slab iko slanted. Sometimes watoto wanaogopa kuingia kwa hiyo choo, na that's a risk, na ndio tunaogopa kama wa community ya Kiremu. Another thing is kukinyesha hiyo choo, flood inakuja inajaza maji kwa choo, hiyo maji inajaa kabisa, inatoka nje, ina flood kwa compound, tunaogopa ilete risk ya magonjwa kwa watoto wetu. Maji ikijaa kwa compound, uchafu inajaa kwa compound, bad smell, kunachafuka kila mahali, na una put yourself whereby unapata watoto wa PPs, PP1, PP2, grade 1 up to 3, ni watoto hawaelewi kitu. Unapata wamekimbia kwa hiyo choo, wamekanyanga hiyo uchafu yote, wanashikashika kila mahali. Tune head up na diseases kama diarrhea, stomach complications, ina affect shule mzima. Mwalimu anapata absenteeism kwa watoto, hiyo ina affect performance yetu kwa rate ya juu sana, kwa sababu tuseme mtoto amekosa shule leo, kesho kutwa, pengine ilikuwa wakati wa mtihani, akose hiyo mtihani. Tukienda kwa zone, unapata performance yetu kwa Kiremu Primary iko chini sana. Unapata almost every time unapata sisi tuko below 10, below 10 kwa performance. Kitu ingine, unapata choo yetu haina mlango, na being in mind that hii shule ni comprehensive school whereby we have junior pupils, junior secondary school students, whereby unapata mtoto anakosa kukuja shule 3 to 4 days wakati wa periods, kwa sababu hawezi tumia choo haina mlango. Hiyo inafanya absenteeism inaenda juu, na inafanya performance yetu iende juu. That's the current situation in Kiremu Primary with our sanitation block there back in Kiremu Primary.
In line with that, my community partnered with the school and we formed a CBO where we came up with a solution of constructing a 6-door washroom with 2 urinals and 2 hand washing equipments. The impact of this project will benefit the 295 pupils attending Kiremu Comprehensive School, and it will improve their education, it will improve their performance, improve their sanitation, and improve their environmental where they will be studying in. We have a project timeline where it already began, where we already started a CBO, and we plan that by the end of June, we will have a standing structure for these children. Our budget currently stands at 422,000. The community has managed to contribute 25% of this project. Africa has proposed to give us 200,000, and our deficit is at 116,000.
That's why we are calling you upon good well wishers, our donors, our fathers, to come in and help us and support us to give our children a conducive and a modern sanitation block, so that we can improve our education, our health, so that we can give these pupils a
She's walked out. Where is Winjoy? Please, somebody get me Winjoy. When she comes here, please tell me. Somebody has sent her something very nice. I'll be celebrating her. But I want us to raise 100. Please, niweke hiyo. Siogopi numbers leo. 116,000. Put it up on the screen. Now, Daktari, let me use you for this one. How many of us think Daktari is doing an amazing job? Pigeni Daktari makofi tafadhali. No? So Daktari naomba usimame tafadhali. Daktari is very passionate about this particular project of this abolition block. Iko shimo, too many problems. I want us to support Daktari on this project. Daktari, we need 116,000. Wangapi wanataka tusimame na Daktari? If you're a friend of Daktari, please stand up. Daktari, look at your friends, yeah? No, please just don't sit down. Just stand up. I want Daktari to see her friends today. So if you're seated down, you're not Daktari's friend. No, the question is simple. Are you Daktari's friend? Daktari, please come up on stage so that we can see them very well. I can see them very well. Today we will know our friends. Okay. Daktari, just look at everybody seated now and they are saying, oh, they are standing now. Okay, let me give them more time to stand up. Stand if you're Daktari's friend. So we close the friendship at this. So Daktari, anybody seated down
It's not my friend.
is not your friend.
Sawa, nimewaona.
At least, so remain standing. So this is what I want us to do. Daktari, we want to raise 116,593 shillings. Daktari, unataka tuanzishia na ngapi? So that we as your friends, we join you.
I'll start with 20.
20,000. So Daktari has said 20. So the only way you sit down is if you tell me, as Daktari's friends, how much you're giving us. These are just friends of Daktari.
Anything is okay. Anything is okay.
Anything to get to that. So minus 116, yes please. 593, hiyo imeenda hivyo. Huyu ni mjanja huyu. Akili nimeiona. Chair, 1,000 from chair. Chair amesema 1,000, 1,000.
Who is writing?
Ndio wanaandika. Please, 1,000 to the lady back there. 1,000. Munipeleke pole pole, I'm a young guy, very young guy. 1,000 hapa, 1,000 hapa child fund, 1,000. Huh? 2,000.
200, thank you.
200. No. So I'm gonna give you 1,800 to make it 2,000. Your heart was in the right place.
Wow.
So I'm gonna give you 1,800 to make it 2,000. All right? 500.
Yay, thank you.
This gentleman is another story. I'll tell you his story shortly.
There's that one.
Please, this lady, all the way from Taita Taveta, right? 200. Thank you. 1,000 up from the board. 2,000. I love that. Daktari, you have good friends. Pigeni Daktari makofi. Hey. Wacha nishuke sasa. All of Daktari's friends. Unajazilia ile 200, unaweka ngapi? So pia umeweka 2,000. So tumejazilia hiyo. 200 hapa. 200. 500. Thank you. 1,000. 200. Please angalia hii meza imejaza hiyo pesa. 1,000 here as well. There we go. Beautiful, please. 500. Thank you so much. Unajaza hiyo 93. Thank you. I'll take that. 2,000. My goodness. Wow. Daktari, people love you so much. 200 shillings. Thank you. 200.
Thank you.
3. Oh my goodness. 300. 200.
Thank you.
200. 500.
Thank you.
2,000, ladies and gentlemen. 500. 100. Thank you. 200. 200. 500. Thank you. 200. 1,000 shillings.
Thank you.
500.
Thank you.
1,000.
Thank you.
10,000, ladies and gentlemen. Carol, 6,000. 200.
Thank you.
1,000.
Kuna wengine hapo.
Kuna wengine hapo, wacha nikuje. Bwana, pigieni marafiki wa daktari makofi tafadhali. 5,000 here, 5,000. Alikuwa anajifanya anaandika notes, nimemshika. 250, 200. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Daktari. Thank you very much, Daktari. Asanteni sana, tuko sawa, si ndio?
Watu wajamaliza?
Kuna watu wanajamaliza, ni pointie.
Oh, I have another friend there.
Ngapi? 5,000 from the alumni.
Thank you.
Okay.
Marianne from Better Network. We donate in kind for the hand washing stations for every facility we build. We donate a habitat for the facility.
Growing up, I want friends like Dr. Oh my goodness, please. 5,000. Money is still coming. Where else? Ninulia mkono, saki kuacha mtu. Hii ni baraka. Tumemaliza. Thank you very much. Please, if you're a friend of Daktari, wapi makofi tafadhali. Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. Makofi tafadhali. Well done. So Winjoy, are you back? So Winjoy from the Mugendi family. Now, they are giving you 1 laptop, 1 CPU, plus a mouse for your ICT project in addition to your money. Well done. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. I'm grateful. Finally, this is our last project for the day. We have Nicholas Ekodi. Very special project. Very special project, yeah? Nicholas is all the way in Tharaka Nithi County, and his passion is education. So I want you to take a listen to this, because as Nicholas is talking, I want you to remember your primary school. Do you remember that school you went to? I want you to think about it and how we can change this particular community. Please, Nicholas, let's go.
Good afternoon. Thank you. So my name is Nicholas Ekodi, and I currently serve the people of Tharaka Nithi, and I have my counterpart here.
Naitwa Joe Mark kutoka Tharaka Nithi. Hiyo ni eneo la bunge la Tharaka, Chakarika Ward, village inaitwa Nyagari.
So for me, I choose to serve because I want to be the change that I want to see in this world. And also, I love to see that developments are triggered right from the grassroots. So we all know that we say education is the equalizer, right? But you will agree with me that in today's world, not just education, but quality education is the one that equalizes the playing field, right? So in my community, Nyagari Primary School serves around 10 villages. And this school is currently home to 253 bright and determined learners. However, their environment, the classes that these learners and our children are studying in, talks of another story. Why? Because imagine in 2025, we still have learners studying in classes made of mud in 2025. And because my community are so much passionate about education, we came together and we decided that why don't we upgrade our classes? Because we cannot just stay and watch as these mud classes crack. Sometimes the walls fall. So we collectively brought whatever we had, and we were able to construct 2 modern classes. But we ran out of resources at some point, and these 2 modern classes, the only existing in our school, are still in a bad state. Picture this, So these two classes, the floor is so dusty, no windows, no doors, no walls. The walls are not plastered, the outside and the inside. That means sometimes there is too much cold, there is too much dust. The noise from the outside is too much as well. So my community sat down and figured out that there is no need, however, we have those mud classes, no need to construct another class, and yet the two are unfinished. So we decided and came up with a solution. And my counterpart will talk of the solution that we came up with.
Asante sana. Kama kijiji ya Nyagari, baada ya kushirikiana na kwa Afrika, tulikuja kugundua kuwa watoto wetu wako katika hatari kwa yale mazingira wako nayo kwa kusomea ni mazingira ambayo hayafai, sababu kama ulivyoona hiyo darasa ilikuwa hapo, ilikuwa haina milango, haina mlango, haina madirisha na tena haina floor. Kwa hivyo tuliona ni vizuri kurekebisha ama kuja kumalizia hiyo kazi ambayo ilikuwa imesimama kwa kujenga hayo madarasa yote mawili kukamilisha, na pia tukaona tukiweka milango itasaidia sana kwa sababu kulikuwa na ubadhirifu ama uharibifu wa vitabu na vitu vingine kama watoto wadogo wakipita hapo, na pia inasaidia sana vile watoto watakuwa wanafungia vitabu vyao na anabeba kitabu hata kama ni kimoja chenye atakuwa anapewa kazi ya ziada na mwalimu kufanyia kazi huko nyumbani. Na tena kwa wakati wa kufagia ama usafi, hiyo darasa inakuwa na vumbi wakati wa kufagia, lakini wakati itawekwa floor kusafisha itakuwa ni rahisi sana, na pia itakuwa inapunguza homa na matatizo yenye inakumba watoto wakati wanafagia, sababu vumbi inainuka sana na inasumbua watoto. Kunakuwa na kesi nyingi sana za allergies na flu, inakuwa sasa hawana wakati mzuri na wanaacha shule sana kwenda kwa hospitali. Kwa hivyo hiyo inasaidia sana. Pia kulingana na hiyo eneo, kama mnavyojua eneo la Tharaka Nithi ni eneo kame na kunakuwa na ama pepo zenye zinavuma kwa kazi, na kama haina madirisha na mlango ni rahisi sana kupeperusha paa la hilo jengo na inakuwa inaleta hasara ama vifo kwa watoto. Hiyo ni adhari kubwa sana, na hiyo itasaidia sana kwa kuwa tukiweka madirisha hiyo upepo hezi ingia. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni suluhu yenye tumeona kwa hiyo Sinda.
And also to add on that, the dust is unhealthy too. When I went to my community, some of the kids had been infested by jiggers because of this dust, maybe the conditions at home, still the conditions here in school. So the infestation of jiggers is still there, up to date. So, and because we are passionate about education, the community sat down and proposed that each community member will be contributing 100 per term. And these funds will ensure that during the holidays, these classes are repaired, maintained, and well kept for our children. And also, we were looking forward to start the renovation this month, the month of April. But because we ran out of resources, Co-Africa was able to support from the budget of 380,000. They supported with 200,000, and my community also mobilized the funds in terms of cash and in-kind. And currently, the only thing standing between us and giving our children a great future, giving them a great environment that reflects the bright future that they are working towards, is 85,000 shillings. So, put in mind that whatever you donate or when you partner with us, the impact you will make, not only will it impact the 50 students that are currently using those classes, it will impact 50 plus students every year for the next 20, 30 years to come. Is that not a great blessing? So I'm urging you to please partner with my community so that we can give these kids a great environment, so that when they can come back, they can have a taste of what it feels to study in a nice classroom, or rather in a nice environment, because they have never had a taste of that. So partner with us so that we can make this dream come alive.
Okay, saindi ya hiyo unaona hapa ni Tharaka Nithi, tuko na Sinda. Naomba tu tushirikiane pamoja na msiseme ati huko kuna DP. Hiyo hapa ni watoto wako na Sinda. Naomba tu mtusaidie watoto wakapata environment mzuri ya kusomea, na more you give, more you receive. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Please makofi kwa tafadhali Nicholas and the amazing Tharaka Nithi community. So please just stand there. Now, for some of you, when friends of daktari, nimeenda huko nyuma kupiga hesabu na sioni hesabu yenyu. So I want you to just pay it first. So hiyo 200, 300 tulipe hiyo ya daktari kwanza ishe. So I want us to do that. Just calculate all your pledges and I want you to just redeem it right now. We have this thing on video. So tunakuona. That's why we have cameras, because we want to see. Hapa hakuna wanasiasa wameenda. So kusema na kufanya nini? Bas. Now 85,037 shillings. Masi Soy 20,000. That was already coming from the board as well. So makofi kwenyu, congratulations. So we need around 65,000. Now I want all my volunteers to stand up. So my volunteers, please stand up for this one. Mo musinikasirikie mimi. Nelly, where are you? Is Nelly at the back? Please somebody get me Nelly. She's there. Okay. Nelly, please bring my things. Hakuna kupeana 37. Hiyo haiko. Bring all. So I want all the volunteers. I want you to go to the back. You are now my salesman. I want us to sell whatever's at the back. Bei iko hapo nyuma. Look at somebody in this room you think deserves this in their houses right now. Now unirudishie stock, usikule stock. I want you, wewe ndio salesman wangu. Atakupea bei. Kwanza hii meza ya kina chairman hapa. Chairman anapendanga hizi mavitu za basket. Kuna vitu za 200, kuna vitu za 300, nataka uniuzie. Ati umechoka na mimi. Uza, hiyo ni how much? Imagine, 200 peke yake. Imagine, ni designer. Huyu anataka designer bag. The only way I want you to come back is when you have the money. POP, proof of payment. Send me the money. I want you, ishalipwa. Unitumie tu code ya M-Pesa. Uangalie mpaka itumwe. Afadhali ulie. Imagine just cry. Imagine lia mpaka anunue. Yoni, anunue, alipe. Make sure amelipa. Make sure imelipwa. Imagine unanyima volunteer. Wewe ni mtu mzuri kweli. You are not a nice person. Na niko karibu kukupatia lunch ya bure. Hii ni how much? Ati kuna ile nataka. Uza. Hata maembe inauzwa. The only way I want you to come back is if you have a proof of payment. You have a one? Ameshanunua? Ashanunua? Same pay bill, unaandika jina ya hii budget. Unaandika jina ya hii kitu. Unaweza nunua ya 200, niko na vitu za 200, lakini hizo unanunua 5. Not small money. Watu wengine nyumba yenu haina picha. I want to give you something. Nyumba haina picha. Chukua loan kwa bank. Chukua loan kwa bank. Everybody has to have something. Everybody has to have something. By the time we are, because this is the last one, I'll ask everybody to wave what they have. All right. Hapa umepewa 5,000. Amelipa 5,000. Asante sana. Hii ni ya hii project. Hii project ni ya hii. Tunaandika kwa hii jina hii project. Nicholas Classroom. That is the project we are doing. Proof of payment. Asanteni. Lipa. Kila mtu alipe. Enda kwa pigia Bob Colimo. Piga simu. Pigia watu. Hii ni kama ile umeshikwa na polisi. Nisaidie 2,000. Nitakulipa. 2,000 nitakulipa. Huyu ashanunua. Akona nayo. Kuna wengine wanaweza nunua hata 3. Waangaliwe vizuri. Hii niko. Tumemaliza. Ushanlipa. Umelipa. Please, volunteers, take your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, first things first. Volunteers, please take your seats. Let's take our seats. Ile ujauza, rudisha stock. Hiyo rudisha, hiyo ni ya kesho. Niko na kazi kesho na wewe. Thank you. Thank you volunteers. Thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you. Thank you volunteers. Please take your seats so that we can wrap up. Okay. Beautiful. First things first, please let's put our hands together for Nicholas and this amazing project. Makofi kwa Nicholas. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Nyinyi kwanza ni kama mmeshinda hii game. Now, I also want us to put our hands together for yourself for being such an amazing individual today. I think, I dare say we might have broken records today. And I'm really, really happy that we were able to do it pamoja. Now, I want you to turn to your neighbor and ask them, umebakisha ngapi ya fare? Umebakisha ngapi kwa M-Pesa? Ati ye? Kama kuna fare, bado hii game ijaisha. Iko vitu za Kimasai? Okay. 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 No, not in case. These people need these things, Bona. They ask me on social media, where do I get them, where I buy them. So how much are you selling them?
So there's a bunch of beads here from my community in Baringo County. I'm serving an area with the Ilchamus community.
This is from the Ilchamus?
Yeah, the
Oh,
Ilchamus.
wow. Okay.
So tuko na beads hapa.
Pesa ngapi? Hapa watu wana pesa bana. Waambie bei.
Sawa sawa. Tuanze wapi?
Hapo umeshikilia.
Here.
Inavaliwa aje kwanza?
Hii ni choka. Yeah, for the ladies, yeah?
For the ladies, all the men say hi.
This one goes for 2,500.
Peke yake.
Peke yake.
Okay.
The same.
The fact that it's from Ilchamus, it means it's a rare commodity. Trust me.
Hizi hauzipati mahali popote pale kwa
hawezi pata Karioko.
Labda ukuje Baringo. Na hiyo fare ndio nimekukatia hiyo fare.
To imagine. Kukuja Baringo ni how much fare?
Is around 1,200 shillings.
Kwenda na kurudi. Na uja count lunch.
Kuenda tu.
O tunasema 2,400 na uja count lunch, accommodation.
Exactly.
Welfare, who you're going to, we are saving you money.
Yeah, so there's plenty of products
here. Kubwa?
Hiyo kubwa goes around 6,000 Kenyan shillings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, sorry. It's nice, right? Chairman. Chairman just gave me the eye, don't try. Like, don't even look at me like that.
So we have this one.
For the head bead, okay.
Yeah, goes for 1,500.
Just 1,500. Okay.
And the belts go for 3,000 each. So help support the community. Yeah, pure leather.
Pure leather.
With beads.
With beads.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is from the Ilchamus. Na hizi ndogo ndogo?
Hizo ni tao 1,200. Yeah.
Okay. From the Ilchamus.
There's plenty to go.
There's plenty. So which one do we start with? This one, right? At your in your date, guys. Yeah. Ama Rorashio. Where else do you wait? You have a proposal. I like people with proposals. I like people with proposals. Please give her a microphone so that she can propose.
My proposal is to all friends of Daktari for the good job that she has done. We join hands to buy for her that as a gift. Thank you.
This is for Daktari. We are buying Daktari this as a gift.
And I start off with 1,000 shillings.
1,000. This is Daktari, come. Kuja njoo Daktari. Simama hapa mbele. Okay. Please valisha Daktari. Ashava. Oh, no, you want this one? Okay. Daktari had a particular one she wanted. Yeah. This one is. Sweetheart, anunue. Support sweetheart. No, sweetheart kwa ngoja sweetheart. Oh, the sweetheart wants you to buy him a belt. Okay. Sweetheart shikilia mshipi. Njoo hapa mshipi. Ora for ora. So bili yetu nikiangalia hapa ni 6,000 na yule ulisema ni 3,000. So ni 9,000. Guys, imagine daktari ya 100 you are 9,000 na uko hapa. Is it fair, guys? Imagine yeye na husband wameshikwa ati hawana 9,000. It's not nice. Chia amefika kwa 500. Chia Oh my God. Chia nilipia 500 yangu. Pale niko na 1,000. I want 9,000 guys. Just 9,000. Sukume ya mwisho. Tusukume ya mwisho. Then sit by the so belt umelipa. Aya. Amepatiana 1,000, toa tawa yake hapo. So saizi hapo doc amesema mshipi ana cover the whole 3,000, si ndio? So mzee kaa chini, ni daktari tutatafuta. Yes, 3,000. Yeah, so wewe kaa chini, yako imelipwa. Sasa ni daktari ndio ako na deni kwa supermarket. Ya watu wa El Chamus and they are bad people. To supportini daktari guys. Hata 200 nitachukua. Sasa hii niko humble. 500. Daktari is at 2,000 shillings. So I need 4,000. Then I set daktari free. Daktari, show yourself off to them. Huyu unamtolea ngapi daktari?
Anajua.
Au tu. Daktari hawezi pewa apeani na hakuna loan ya hii kitu. Haiwezi peanwa. Nipatieni, hapa nipatieni so mbili nijaze. 200 hapa, 200 hapa. Nipatieni, hapa nisaidie 200. Hapa ni 200, hapa hatujafika chwani. Siko mbaya hivyo bwana. Nipatie 200. Hapa kuna 200 hapa. Hii meza ya watu wa designer, naomba 200 hapa. Nipatieni 200 nijaze tao. Leo nimeomba haki. 200 hapa. Nani anaandika bwana? Hii ni kulipa 200, si pledge. Hii ilipwe 500 hapo. 6,000, imagine naomba 6,000 for doc ati souvenir ya daktari. Is it fair? So 200 ya so nipatie 200, naomba 200 tu, please. Doc, work with me please. So 200. Toa tu simu mzee wangu. 200 hapa niko na almost 200. Nani ako hapa anachukua hii? Nani? Watu wangu.
So
hii ilipwe. Paybill, weka kwa paybill. Unataka tukutumie kwa namba yako na utafuatilia huko kwa ofisi.
Haina shida.
Andika gift daktari. Gift. Just send 200. Si pledge, hii ni ya kulipa.
Gift.
1,000 huko kwa kona, 200. Naomba 200. 200 hapa, nipewe 200 hapa. 200. Asante. Ngapi? Uko na cash? Mungu akubariki. Huyu ako na 200 cash. 200. Kila mtu akinipatia hapa 200 ni mbaya kweli, ni dhambi? Si dhambi. 200, naomba 200. Oh, no, hii ni ya daktari, tunabaia daktari. Ama upendi doc vile anakaa poa? 500 hapo. Karo nipatie 200. Nitumie 200. I want all wale wote ni staff wako Afrika wasimame. Daktari anaibishwa na mko hapa. Staff wako Afrika wasimame. You cannot resign right now, by the way. We are not taking resignation right now. Where are the staff? Staff kwa Afrika, inueni mikono tuwaone. Country. Namwona deputy country director, imagine ameshikwa juu ya 6,000. Utatutupea ngapi hapo? Imagine daktari akona deni ya 6,000. Unianzia hapa. Staff. 500, umetuma? Naona yako umetuma. Andika alafu utume. Peana uandikiwe. Imebaki 5,500. Amesema atatoa 5,500 bwana, imeisha. Daktari, watu wa Ilchamus, they don't owe you anything. Thank you very much. Please, you may have your seat. There's more, if you want to get more.
Yeah, so there's more bracelets. Mtatupata tu huko nyuma.
Tutatupata huko nyuma. Watu wataki hata kuniona sasa. Don't worry. Yeah? Under the table. Please don't hide. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we knew this was going to happen, so we have lunch for you. So just in case you need to walk home, we'll stock you up, you'll eat well, and you'll be able to get home properly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now, I'd like us to welcome the program coordinator, CSR, Davis and Shatliff, Noor Ridei, to come and share a few words. Please makofi kwake tafadhali as she comes up. Really good friend of ours, a really great partner, and she's about to buy something later. She's looking at me like, she's like, more things. Please makofi kwake tafadhali.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah.
I think I was just too excited about Davis and Shatliff giving us something right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Nelly, who's our PPO, has Noor's bio that we thought it is very important to read. So Noor, just stand next to me here. Please put your hands together for Nelly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nelly, and I'm privileged to welcome one of our best philanthropists. And I'm really, really glad that I hope you all feel like philanthropists, but today we will borrow from one of our best. She's Noor Wanjiro Ride, and you can see her here. So I'll just go through her short bio, and she's a very, very inspirational person who is moving the masses, a person who is setting the road clear in ESG and philanthropy, and through Davis and Shatliff, they have been one of our best supporters at Core Africa, and I hope that all of you will borrow from this, okay? So Noor is an ESG lead. She's a strategic program leader, a grant and stakeholder engagement specialist. She's an accomplished ESG and development leader with over a decade of experience driving impact in both corporate and non-profit sectors. As ESG lead at Davis and Shatliff, and former CSR manager, Noor here has led sustainable initiatives and have reached over 1 million lives and implemented more than 700 community projects. Can I get a clap? Her passion for community development was shaped early through volunteer work at ISEC, Ethiopia, where she supported women's economic empowerment and taught underprivileged children in Addis Ababa, and through advocacy research with the Down Syndrome Society of Kenya. She continues to volunteer as an active member of the Rotary International, currently serving as Rotary President of the Club of Nairobi Aqua, a corporate Rotary club. Finally, Noor holds a Master's in Project Planning and Management from the University of Nairobi and a Bachelor of Commerce from Daystar University. She's committed to advancing inclusive, data-driven, and sustainable development across Africa. What a bio. Can I get a clap for Noor? Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow, was that really me? So, good afternoon, everyone. I've been put squarely between this time and your lunch, so I'll be quick. As I've been introduced, I'm Noor. I'm currently working with Davis and Shatliff. Daktari asked me to come here and speak about local philanthropy. I think from what we've seen today, Core Africa, you are the experts in philanthropy. I mean, what we've seen today is just amazing. The fact that we were out there for maybe about an hour, listening to so many different people, all advocating for rural communities and for their needs. I think that was such an amazing experience for myself to have. So I'm going to echo what His Excellency said when he was up here, and say that philanthropy for Africans is very intrinsic. I think we all agree. Who here remembers Kenyans for Kenya, the campaign? Yeah, I think a bit of us who are not Gen Zs. Yeah, so Kenyans for Kenya is a campaign that I think was led by Safaricom during a time of famine. And Kenyans, I think, were able to raise about 900 million within a very short time. So when we're speaking about philanthropy, this is what we are speaking about. And as Kenyans, as Africans, we have great capacity for philanthropy. When we're talking about harambes that we do from time to time, chamas that we do from time to time, we have so much capacity for philanthropy. You'll allow me to shift to a more formal type of philanthropy, which is what is happening in corporates now, what we know as CSR, we know as ESG. The terms are so many. Corporates are opening foundations now, and so allow me to speak about corporate philanthropy, which is the space where I think I understand. At Davis and Shatliff, we run a CSR program, which is called Improving Lives. And many other corporates are running many other CSR programs, or they've opened foundations. So why are corporates doing this? Of course, there's a business case for it, first of all, to begin with. Corporates are understanding that they don't operate in, as in a silo, as islands. They're operating in communities, and of course, so the business case for this is that their brand will be softer. The business case for this is that consumers who understand social giving will be drawn towards corporates who are doing work in the communities. And also there's, sorry, I had notes, so let me not miss anything. Okay, I have said everything. Anyway, so there's a business case, obviously. But then also, what I'm driving at is companies are understanding that even as they do business, they're doing good as they're doing business. So whatever is their core business, it can also have a positive impact towards the community. So for example, let me take Davis and Shatliff. Davis and Shatliff is a water and energy company. If you're thinking boreholes, please think of us. If you're thinking solar panels, if you're thinking battery backup, if you're thinking cleaning your water, that's what Davis and Shatliff does. That's what Davis and Shatliff does commercially. And then we run a CSR program that's called Improving Lives Initiative. And we do the exact same thing in our CSR program, because we understand that we have the expertise and we have the equipment to be able to go into these communities and change lives. So what has worked for Davis and Shatliff so far? What has worked for us is, first of all, choosing our beneficiaries and our implementing partners very strategically. So for example, all these we've seen with Core Africa. Core Africa would be such a great implementing partner, and you have been in the projects where we have partnered, because you understand the community, first of all. As a corporate, we have no capacity for community engagement at your level. You go to the grassroots, you understand the beneficiaries, you are living with them. So even the solution that you are coming up with is a sustainable solution. It's a solution that, that the community actually needs. For example, in some of the challenges that we face is there's an organization that we are interested in partnering with. They're getting supported by a certain donor. At Davis and Shatliff, we do solar pumping in our CSR projects. The donor has money to put in hand pumps. So we said it's okay. As the donor, you can drill, and then we can come in and put in our solar pumps because they are more efficient than the hand pumps. However, the challenge with some donors, especially who are not local, is that they have money for a particular thing and the thing must be done. So some challenges sometimes is that we are in a table and we're discussing projects for a certain community, and so in this particular case, the donor came out to tell us, no, you know what we'll do? We must install the hand pumps. So we'll install the hand pumps, let them run for 6 months, and then you come remove them and put in the solar pumps. So the beautiful thing about local philanthropy is that we are working with people who are caring about the community, not just trying to tick boxes. So we understand solutions that make sense. We are also looping in the community because it's all nice and beautiful to have a donor and come and donate things 100%. When you go launch it, you'll be received very well. But what have you done? The community was not involved at all. So what ownership is going to be left in that community? So the thing that has worked for us is choosing our beneficiaries and our implementing partners very strategically. It's also choosing partners very strategically, looking at their core, their core policies, looking at what they're looking to do. I've seen we have a partner here, Bethel, who we've worked with, and at least partners help us. I know we haven't met, but we've partnered. Yeah, so at least partners help us spread our budget very nicely. So some challenges that we've had is duplication of efforts, unfortunately. That's in the industry right now. You find maybe EABL is doing one thing, and then Davis and Shatliff right next is doing something else. If we could have partnered, if we could have known that we are both doing something in that community, would have done something bigger. Sometimes you find we went to a community, by the time we've gotten funds to go back to the community, someone else already did the project, the funds were already committed to the project. Okay. Yeah, so those are some of the challenges that we face. And also, I wish that His Excellency was here and was able to take this back, is I think also the government should look policy-wise in incentivizing CSRs for corporates, especially tax incentives. This would really help in ramping up giving by companies. But it's not all gloom and doom. I was doing a little bit of research on this, and I found that local philanthropy is around the value of something about 30 billion per year. So we do have great capacity. And if you think about what Dr. was saying about changing landscapes and USAID pulling out, we have the capacity right here. I think we just need to be better coordinated. We just need to be in such forums a lot more, and know what is happening, what projects are happening where. When you're thinking about a water project, who are you looking at? When you think about sanitation, who should you speak about? Who should you speak to? When you're in schools, who should you speak to? I think that is the solution that would really help us move forward. And my fellow Rotarians would shoot me if I don't talk about Rotary in a forum like this. So for those who have been here and have been so inspired by the projects that our volunteers are doing, you could also think about forums that bring together professionals, bring together like minds who are able to do charity work. So Rotary International is a global charity organization, and it brings together professionals to give their expertise, to give their time, a little bit of their money. But then there are so many channels within Rotary where you can raise funds, where you can apply for grants and do some really transformative good projects in your communities. So you can think about joining that or any other charity organizations that would help you in your charity efforts. So in conclusion, I think I just want to give a call to action. Let's unite as individuals, as businesses, as leaders to overcome challenges, to leverage opportunities, to build a resilient, prosperous country through strategic philanthropy. I think we have the capacity for it, and this is something that we can do for ourselves. Asante.
Please a round of applause, tafadhali. Thank you, Noor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come towards the end of this great morning into the afternoon. And the most important take home this afternoon is we have made change. And that's all that matters today. We have made what? Change. And I want to celebrate you especially for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into the vote of thanks, I would like to give at this particular opportunity, or rather this particular juncture, I'd like to give anybody an opportunity. Maybe you came with a check from your organization. This might be the right time to present it. Is there anybody that falls in that particular category? Would like you to formally present your giving. Probably your organization sent you with something. I know we got a little bit earlier. Is there anybody, Daktari, who is ready to receive them on your... Anybody? Yes, please come and just tell us which organization so that you can be able to present your check. And then we'll be able to start wrapping up. We'll be celebrating a few of you shortly, though, as well. So please, let's put our hands together for her. So, Doc, please, you can come up so that we can receive this particular check. I think he has a mic. Amma, you need two? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Is it on?
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, so I'm from Village Opco International, and they sent me with 10,000.
10,000 shillings. Makofi kwake tafadhali. That is a picture. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. My name is Edna Kabongo. I'm the creative and marketing coordinator of Shifibi Global. I was sent with 10,000 Kenya shillings, and we are happy to be here.
Thank you very much as well. Asante sana. I'll collect the mic on for you.
My name is Samuel Moniki from Compassion International. We have a commitment of 100,000.
Compassion International commitment of 100,000. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Hope. I'm representing Brand Forensics, the organization auditors, and they committed 50,000.
50,000 from the auditors. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Thank you very much, Daktari, as well. Asante sana. Thank you, Will. Thank you. Thank you. Right now, I'd like to welcome Nelly, who's going to be coming up on stage. She's going to give us a vote of thanks, and we're going to do something just before we do that as well, so that we can specially celebrate a few of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to specially celebrate some of us who, based on our records, please you can kindly go on up, have done so well in terms of your giving. First things first, please put your hands together for all of us. I think we've done phenomenally well, yeah? So I'm not going to read out what you gave or anything. I'm just going to celebrate you in no particular order. I'd like to welcome Naomi Muthoni Nganya. Are you here? Naomi, if you're with us, all right. Mercy Soy, she's not here. Jeanette Kanyiri. Oh, okay, you can come for Mercy. Jeanette, thank you very much for your beautiful giving. George, in absentia. Pauline Mwangangi. Pauline can get hers as well. So, okay, a photo. All right. So Pauline will get two. One for her, one for Mercy. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Melavin, I think. Getonga. Asante. Edith Kiruri, if you're here. Nadia, is Nadia still around? All right. Jennifer Gadoni. Anthony Okoth, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm grateful. Professor Mugendi, asante as well. The representative from Brand Forensics. Yeah. Stephen Mushangi, Thomas Mugaka, Samuel from the board in absentia, Luke Alexander, and Andrew Mwadime. Thank you very much. That's the governor, by the way. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for going above and beyond duty. Thank you for being super special. Thank you for committing. Thank you very much. Makofi kwao tafadhali. Thank you very much. Asante sana daktari as well. Thank you very much, Nelly. So I'll hand it over to you. No, we've not given compassion. Compassion, please come. Oh, imeingia? Hey, wako serious? Thank you very much, Compassion. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Nelly?
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Patricia. How are you guys feeling? How is everyone feeling? No, I cannot hear you. I know it's lunch hour, but how are you feeling? I want to hear grunts, like shouts. I might ask you to stand. You've given out of your pockets. I know your pockets are still full, but we're not asking you to give again until next time. You know, so how are you guys feeling? Are you feeling like a philanthropist? Are you? So we are all philanthropists today, and we are really happy to have you around. You've been with us for the past 4 or 5 hours. You've seen what Core Africa is doing. We've also heard what all of you are doing. You've made our events colorful. When you look around, there are so many colors of white, there is green, there is yellow, there is red, there is even blonde somewhere. The event has been so colorful because of all of you. And you know how you normally say we have the most important guests? Today we are all very important people, okay? In your own capacity, you've given. And you know something about giving? People say in giving, that's how you get to have more in your pocket. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's sometimes, for example, when for example, makanga, you know what a makanga is, all of you? A conductor gives you excess change and you decide to keep it. You find yourself losing double of it, right? Translates to the other side. When you give, that's how you receive. And you know, when your cup is empty, you get to fill it up. But when it's full, you can never fill a full cup, right? So that's why we are here. We are very grateful for what you've given us. And you've not given us, you've given the communities. We serve people. With all that, and repeating grateful and grateful, I want to say we are happy and we hope to have you back again. As Core Africa, we have one African proverb that we normally go by. It's if you want to go far, go alone. But if you want to go fast, go alone. Like now, if you start running alone, you will run very, very fast, like Kipchoge. But if you decide to run together, we will run slowly, but we will cover more. So for Core Africa, we believe in going together to make more contribution to the community. We are grateful for your mourners. That's very unofficial, but we are grateful for everything that you put in our basket. We will have our report at the end of this project, and you can access our reports on our website. I also welcome each of you to be our partner, because as we aim to achieve the Sustainable Development Vision 2030, one of the key goals is SDG 17, which is partnerships. It is through coming together that we get to go to SDG to achieving our 2030 goal. Okay. So as I leave, we special appreciation to our missing guest of honor, and of course our spear leader, Dr. Patricia. We are really grateful you've made this event a success, and as we have more coming, we invite you, bring your children, bring your children's children, and as we continue building our communities, let them make them as sustainable as possible. Thank you so much from Core Africa.
I'd like to welcome Daktari back up on stage as we welcome Noor from Davis and Shadlib, just to receive something special from Daktari this great afternoon before we officially wrap up this great evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to go for lunch. I know, 1 minute, I promise you, nothing more. But on your way out, just a few announcements. You'll be able to get a meal voucher. Then we'll have some of our staff that'll be able to direct you towards where we'll be having our lunch. Daktari, you want to say something?
So, as a small token of appreciation, we have a small little gift for everybody as you go out, just to say thank you and appreciate you for coming here, for being present, and for your contribution. And we are taking in our 4th cohort. So if you have any auntie, uncle, son, daughter, cousin who has finished or will be through with their final year by June, July is when they finish, ask them to apply if they'd want to be part of this program. The application is open on our Facebook page. Just go to the website direct, you'll find it. Let them apply. We are closing at the end of this month. So there's still a window of about 2.5 weeks thereon. So encourage them to have something. But instead of these people finishing and just sitting in the house, let them come and do something and serve the community and learn and experience hands-on. And our appreciation to...
Thank you very much, Davis and Shadliv, for this amazing partnership. Please, a round of applause for Davis and Shadliv for standing with us in so many projects. Asante sana. Now, that being said, I'd like us to welcome Evans to come and officially pray for our lunch, and then we'll be able to enjoy our lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. See you. If you have a pledge, we're watching you, eh? We're watching you. So make sure you get to your pledges. Remember, you can take a picture of the pay bill. So on your way out, once you stumble on a little bit of cash, you'll be able to get that as well. Remember, we're picking our meal vouchers at the back. So maybe make sure you pick your meal vouchers. Evans, I think we're ready.
Okay, let us believe and pray. Thank you, dear Lord, for this moment that you brought us. You've answered our prayer. When we were starting, Lord, we prayed for you to be with us through the session. Lord, we've seen your grace and your mercies. Let all glory and honor be back unto you. We thank you for the meal that's before us as we go to it. Lord, we pray, may you bless it and sanctify it. In Jesus' name we pray and give thanks.
Thank you all. See you next year and carry more money. God bless you. You guys are the best.